Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you. It's the final Saturday card of the race meet. It's tomorrow, final Sunday, of course, of 2024 here during the spring. And then we'll have 3 days of racing, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And don't forget about the Selected Horses of Racing Aid sale. Got the catalog right here. I'll straighten her up. They did a great job, as they always do, with the cover. And we look forward to that right after the races end next Friday. We'll head down to the sales pavilion and buy and sell some horses.
Yeah, sounds good. Looking forward to that. We also have seen some horses do really well here at Keeneland, Unlimited Potential being one of them. He's entered in the sale for trainer Todd Pletcher and the Connection. So looking forward to that. And it is another beautiful day. I'm happy about it.
Perfect. 2 graded stakes races today. Races 8 and 9, starting with the Grade 2 $350,000 Visit Lex Elkhorn Monhalf on the turf, and then the Grade 3 Ben Ally, a key race for the older handicap division as far as the springtime is concerned. We'll get to those. Let's take a look back yesterday at the racing, and we'll start with race number 5. Evan Harland said this over on the FanDuel TV set: the Feld family cannot be stopped right now. Sean Feld with the win with his son at Temple City, and I believe he was 22-1.
Yeah, which was crazy because this horse had a bad trip last time out on the turf, but he came back in winning way. Here's Oceanic, Jordan Blair, speaking very confidently about this horse prior to the race yesterday, said he loves Keeneland and he is fresh coming in off the layoff, and it certainly played out to be the case. Congratulations to them. And then in the Bear Double Dog Dare, we saw Raging Sea with a spectacular performance.
Yeah, she was right off that pace, and she kicked clear, ears pricked at the wire. Another graded stakes win for Chad Brown, this one for Alpha Delta Stables. Keeneland graduate as hip number 168, $300,000 purchase. Northern Invader, he took control of this race going into the first turn and kept on rolling for Cherie DeVoe in the nightcap. He got bet down late. I believe he went off at odds of 3-2. That capped off the card, capped off the multi-race exotics, as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Your $27 ticket, over $1,200.
Nice. Think long, think wrong. I just sent it in yesterday.
Whilst driving.
Yep. It is true. That is true. But my strongest opinion of the day was Oceanic, and he was my single. I loved him yesterday.
Crazy thing, he was favored all up until a couple minutes before post time, and then he drifted up to 6-1.
Yep, 6-1. And beautiful price, and obviously that Turf Pick 3 paying very nicely. Let's parlay it onto today.
Jockey and trainer standings, Gaffleon remains 2 clear of Jose Ortiz. Irad, he is 6 off the pace right now coming into this weekend of racing with 3 days remaining next week. So 5 days, 5 race cards in total. Luis Saez has 7, Junior Alvarado with 6. Wesley Ward, a narrow advantage right now over Brad Cox, and Cherie DeVoe moving into a 3-way tie for that 3rd place spot with Chad Brown and Brendan Walsh.
Cherie is having a phenomenal meet. She won 2 yesterday, right? Northern Invader, and then I think she won earlier in the card.
Cagliostro. Yes.
Cagliostro.
Yes,
so she won 2 yesterday. Obviously, if you have a day like that, you're probably going to be in the top 5. So congratulations to Cherie, and she looks like she's got some nice horses entered over the course of the next couple of cards, too.
Let's go to WKYT for the weather.
Your Keeneland forecast is going to show some sunshiny skies, but definitely some cold temperatures. Right now, our forecast is showing us temps in the day will be in the 50s. We do work our way towards the upper 50s, and of course, that sunshine is going to feel nice. But folks, it's definitely going to be a chilly Saturday. You can still, though, enjoy your races.
Let's go to the track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast and which way am I going? Good.
There you go.
Fast
I probably
and good.
couldn't have figured that one out. Fast and good.
Fast and good.
And no, the sun is out. It's going to be drying out throughout the day. Beautiful day, and some great turf racing to get to.
Here are our full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. And our first race that we are in line with, at least on the front end, race number 5. We do have 2 late scratches that just have been announced. Race number 7, the 4 is a late scratch. She's Wicked Smart. And then in race number 8, the 7, Winning Spirit. So 2 scratches just coming out 4 minutes ago. Again, race 7, the 4, She's Wicked Smart withdrawn. Race 8, the 7, Winning Spirit withdrawn. So we'll adjust once we're wrapped up here today at Keeneland. And obviously Kurt Becker will have all of the full card scratches and changes that you need. If you want to access them early, head over to Keeneland.com. Social media at Keeneland Racing, on X, at Keeneland on Facebook, on Instagram as well at Keeneland FanDuel TV. Give them a follow on X and download the FanDuel TV Plus app. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV is your avenue to download FanDuel TV Plus. That gives you access to both of our networks over on FanDuel TV, of course, and then FanDuel Racing, and a bunch of on-demand content. Race number 8 is where we will begin our feature race analysis. The Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes, 1.5 miles the distance, Grade 2 event, $350,000 up for grabs. And you can see the scratches now. We have adjusted it for relations, the 8, and that scratch that just came out a few minutes ago, Winning Spirit withdrawn. Bold Act for Godolphin is the morning line favorite. Charlie Appleby, winner of the Dubai City of Gold, that Group 2 during the Carnival at Meydan, won the Sycamore here at Keeneland back in the fall time, just getting up and defeating the very game cellist for Rusty Arnold. But he'll be the favorite. In my opinion, he deserves to be the favorite. But I have been in love with this 10-horse Missed the Cut since I first saw him in England.
In love. What is it about him?
He's just a beautiful horse. He really is. He won the Golden Gate Stakes when we were there at Royal Ascot a couple of years back in 2022. Lane Zen bought into him, and they had the right idea. He's by Quality Road, so they tried him on dirt, thought maybe he could be a Pacific Classic type horse last summer. That didn't pan out. But now he is back on the surface that he's good on, or better on, I should say, and that is the turf course. And last time out in the San Luis Rey, they tried to lock him in, set him off at points in this race early on, which were shown in the later stages, and he relaxed after that, and he kicked on clear. The horse that he beat is a solid horse. That was the second choice in the wagering. He was the even money favorite. And granted, in a 5-horse field, to be even money, it goes to show you he was not a heavy favorite. It shows you that the horse that beat him, Planetario, is a good horse as well. He was a winner of the San Marcos Stakes. He comes here to Keeneland. He's 4-1 on the morning line. I like playing horses like this that are prices because the questions of who they faced and maybe the competition at Santa Anita, and obviously the Godolphin runner in here is going to allow his price to be inflated. But 1.5 miles is his game. Turf is his game. I'll take my shot with Miss the Cut, the Quality Road 5-year-old. The full horse speaks for himself. Bold Act, Sycamore Stakes winner here at Keeneland last year. Just a consistent sort for Charlie Appleby. And Charlie Appleby's lining up a huge 2024 in the United States with the quality that he is keeping here in the U.S. And then the number 2 horse, he's 30-1 on the morning line, King Curlin. They scratched it up a turf race last week. It's a horse that Brittany Vandenberg, the trainer of the son of Curlin, told me last year that she thought that he'd be the horse to put them on the map. And last time out, ran his best race to date at Gulfstream Park. So opting for this race over an easier allowance race has to be viewed as a positive. Don't sleep on King Curlin today.
Do you know what distance that?
It was 1.5 miles.
It was
race.
a mile and a half. Okay, so
week.
that's even more telling, I think. That's good insight on him. I went to the other Charlie Appleby horse as a top selection. I think everybody's going to bet the 4 in Bold Act here. I worry about his early position. Now, we've only been able to see one race from him in the States, and sometimes, you know as well as I do, horses making their U.S. debut can be a little bit tardy out of the gate, but I still think that's his running style. I don't know that he's going to be that far off of it, but that was a wickedly fast pace that he got in the Sycamore when he won, and I don't think that he gets that type of dynamic today. Look, maybe he can overcome it. I don't know, but...
Make your case for Silver Knot.
Okay. I think he's faster. Now, I know last year he only went against 3-year-old Company. He's making his 4-year-old debut this year. But I think he has a tactical edge here. Flavien Prat has been putting on some good aggressive rides, especially on the turf. I think we're going to see a similar case with this horse. This is his performance back in the Twilight Derby, going 1 1/8. This horse has never been 1.5 miles, but because of the layoff, because of his natural speed, he was able to set the pace at Del Mar in his last start in the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby. If he can set the pace going 1 1/8 at Del Mar, he can set the pace going 1.5 miles at Keeneland. And I do think he has the stamina in order to hold off some of those late challengers. So this is more of a tactical play. I think he's going to be the controlling speed here. Catch me if you can under Flavien Prat. Of course, I use the 4 bold act underneath, and then the number 10, Miss the Cut, the horse that you really like as well, who he shouldn't be too far off of it, even at the distance of 1.5 miles either. But what were you going to say? You look like you're chomping at the bit,
I'm not
Scott.
chomping at the bit, but Silverknot's here to ensure a fast pace for Bold Act.
But who else is going to go with him?
I just, that's my feel. It was the same idea in the Maker's Mark Mile with Naval Power.
But he still ran really well.
He did run well. And I'm not saying this horse can't run well. There's purpose here, in my opinion.
Hey,
and
sometimes
maybe it works out.
We know some trainers, for example, Chad, right? He puts rabbits in the race.
It's a European
It's
tactic.
a European thing, and sometimes those rabbits wind up winning. What happened a couple weeks ago when Chad won 25-1 going wire to wire under Frankie Dettori?
That was Frankie. That was Frankie taking the initiative.
I know.
There.
That wasn't necessarily probably the approach to that race, but I'm hoping this horse can get away with something.
We'll see. Let's go to Tom Leach.
Trainer Graham Motion has 2 runners in this race, and we'll start with Highland Chief. Highland Chief has not been out since the Breeders' Cup Turf here at Keeneland in November of 2022. Incredibly long layoff, but we talked to Motion from his base down at Palm Beach Downs via Zoom, and he thinks Highland Chief is ready for the challenge.
He's a very classy horse. I mean, he's a gorgeous horse, lovely moving horse. Look, it's a tall order coming back off this kind of a break at his age, but hopefully I've got enough miles into him. I think one of my biggest concerns would be that we get to run on a firm turf course. I wouldn't want to be running him on a really soft turf course off this kind of a break.
A little bit of a different story with the stablemate, the Gray Wizard. Not the spot they initially were picking out for this horse, but they're hoping to get him started off on the right foot in 2024.
Look, this is a big ask for him. He's coming off a break against some pretty stiff competition, but he really needs at least 1.5 miles. You know, he ran well in the 2-mile race at Belmont. So he needs the distance, and we just don't have a great deal of options, and he's stable at Keeneland right now, so this makes sense to get him started.
Graham Motion, always dangerous in these turf marathons here at Keeneland or anywhere for that matter. So this is a really tough spot. Should be an interesting handicapping challenge.
Let's move to our next featured event, the Grade 3 Ben Ally, race number 9 on the card. 1 mile and 3/16 the distance for these 4-year-olds and upward. And we'll take a look at the field. You can see all 9 will go. Kings Barnes, last year's Louisiana Derby winner, is coming back here today for a second time at the age of 4. Good comeback race. He won going 7/8 of a mile for a horse that was so good going longer distances. That's a promising comeback. Probably the favorite in this race for Spendthrift Farm, and deservedly so. I go to the outside to the 9-horse War Campaign. This is another horse like Miss the Cut that I've always liked. They had the option, as did any of these horses, between this race, the Ben Ally, or the Oaklawn Handicap, which will take place today as well down in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and they choose here to stay home at Keeneland Racecourse. War Campaign ends up finishing second to First Mission in the Godolphin Blue, should be a force in the Classic division here in 2024 based on this performance at the end of March. War Campaign won the Tinsel Stakes. He's got course form here at Keeneland. Even without winning, he finished second going back to last fall behind Brigadier General in what a duel that was between the two of them going a mile, and this is a further distance which will benefit War Campaign in my opinion. So I'll go with him, Tyler Gaffleone, son of Declaration of War, underneath the number 4-horse Kings Barnes. I think that speaks for itself, and the 7-horse Dynamic One, who was runner-up in this race a couple of years back in 2022. He needs to get back on track, and I think that today's the day, if ever he's going to, at this level of competition. 9, 4, and 7 in the Ben Ally.
No love for Smile Happy. You've given up on him, have you? Today is the only day I'm going to pick him. I'm telling you, he's got to prove himself. He's a wacky horse. I
pick him if he's better in the post parade and going out onto the track, but I don't have that luxury of doing that. I won't know we don't know until he goes out there at 6-7 minutes to post.
It might be a last minute wager for me, and I even asked Kenny McPeak just probably a half hour ago, did the gelding operation work on this horse? And he said, we'll find out, because the reality of it is he's just
stubborn.
He's stubborn. He's quirky. He's got a mind of his own. And maybe this operation has helped him, but on his best day, he is very, very good. This is him finishing second in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass at the age of 3. He ran second to Zandon. He ran second to Epicenter in the Grade 2 Risen Star down at the fairgrounds as well. He won the Ali Sheba, posting 110 Beyer speed figure for that victory. I think he bounced a little bit when he came back in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. I also think he didn't ship well or handle himself prior to that race. We were all there. Do you remember?
It took
I
him
think
10
he was
minutes
acting,
to get to the gate.
Yeah. Now it's all coming back to me. So that's what could potentially happen. This horse doesn't like to get into the gate. He doesn't always train in the morning. Like we said, he has a mind of his own, but maybe this operation has helped him. Or it might not. But I'm willing to take a shot with him because I think people will look at him and say, oh, he's just not as good as he once was. He's just inconsistent, and he could get back to those 110 Beyers. And if that's the case, he could win this race.
Well, the Alishiba, the career best effort for him, he beats our collector, an eventual Grade 1 winner.
Yep.
And Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, and Wes Willpower, who picked up a Grade 1 win as well. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's there. It's there. The ability is there. It's just
I'm very curious to see what happens.
I'm looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to this race and seeing how Smile Happy handles the lead up to the race. That's the key. Pay attention to Smile Happy, and we'll do so for you when he heads out onto the track. Let's get into our key races. We still have a lot of ground to cover here on today at Keeneland. Race number 7 is where I'll start. 7 furlongs the distance, the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course. Scratch the number 4 horse. Sarir is the morning line favorite, the 8 horse at 3-1. I'm going to Halston Rose for CJ Racing and Brian Lynch. And the idea here is we'll roll back her last race at Gulfstream Park where she was 3rd on the synthetic, is that she's moving over to dirt. And the sons and daughters of Good Magic, the best ones, have been dirt runners. So she gets that dirt opportunity today. We're going to touch on this filly in the Clocker Report, which is encouraging, considering I picked this filly before the Clocker Report. It just validates me, or makes me happier, I guess you could say. But she's run 2 good races over the course of the turf and the synthetic. And Halston Rose for Brian Lynch and Junior Alvarado, who gets the chance to ride here today. I think that to move to dirt is a big plus. The 1 horse Illusion for Rudy Brisset, 2nd career start for runners out of the Rudy Brisset barn, 31% winners. Got a race under her belt at Turfway Park. She adds blinkers today. Watch out for her. She's 6-1 on the morning line. And then Soundbite for Brad Cox, a first-time starter. They gave a lot of money for daughter of Audible for $350,000. That's what they bought her for as a 2-year-old in training last year, April of last year. So 7-1-3 in a very good maiden special weight.
It is a very good maiden special weight. I did go to the 5 as the top selection for me in there. For generally speaking, I won't get into it, but dirt races at Keeneland, the 2 circuits that have been most productive, Gulfstream and Oaklawn. And your top pick comes from Gulfstream. My top pick comes from Oaklawn. Just something to keep in mind.
You're taking us to race 6.
Yes, 1 race before. And this is a doozy. It's an allowance race. Now, full disclosure, my top selection did scratch. The 5-2 favorite is the 10, Sacred Wish. I respect this horse. I loved the 7 American Retro in here with him out. I didn't want to pick the 5-2 favorite. I wanted to get a little bit more creative. Sacred Wish could certainly win, and I think we should just get right into that backtrack, the replay actually that we pulled from this horse. This was in the Grade 3 Valley View at Keeneland 2 starts back, and she is coming in off of a layoff. The last time we saw her was in the Grade 3 Pebbles at Aqueduct, but I thought this was a really good performance. She finished 2nd to Surge Capacity, Heavenly Sunday. 2 horses that were in very good form at the time. Both of those horses would come back to win in their subsequent starts. This is a filly that was capable on the dirt. She was Grade 1 place. She is Grade 1 placed on the dirt. She finished 2nd in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and now she's looking for some black type, even more black type on the turf. So again, I think in many ways she is a filly to beat. I by no means am strongly against her in this spot, but I did want to shop for a better price, and the 11 Pleasant Passage will be the top pick for me. I have an inkling, because of her pedigree, because of the connections, she's going to be better the older she gets. And today she comes back in her 4-year-old season. The mile seems to be maybe a little bit more suitable for her than going distances a little farther. And she's capable of some really good performances. She's a graded stakes winner. She won the Miss Grillo. That prepped her for a second in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup turf juveniles that year. And I just think she's a filly that has some potential, and she's going to get better the older she gets. So 11, 10, 12, Olivia Meralda is going to be the third selection for me, obviously coming out of Group 1, Group 2 performances in Europe.
Running against the best fillies in Europe.
Yeah.
Maj,
Tahira, Kinross.
She's a big-time filly.
Even Meditate back in the day. I mean,
she's going to be all right.
The only thing is she lost big time in those races. When you lose on the turf by 7-8 lengths, you're really losing.
There's no Tahira, there's no Maj in this race. Race number 7, first horse that we'll look at in the Clocker Report, Halston Rose, the filly that I like, moving over to dirt, good magic, moving well over the Keeneland main track, 48-1, 9th best of 27. And then Proud Mary in the nightcap, another one that I've got on top in my selections. Race number 10, 47-4, sitting on a pair of sharp works here at Keeneland. And the barn wins at a decent clip off the layoff. Frankie Dettori rides. That's the Clocker Report. Race 7, the 7. Race 10, the 2. Multi-race exotics. We are going at it from a combination pick 4 perspective here today. And the 4 did scratch out of this first leg, and that was one of those late scratches that was announced right as we came on air here on Today at Keeneland. So this is a cheaper ticket with going now 2 deep, 5 and 7 in race number 7.
5 and 7.
Throw the 3 in there, I'd say. Soundbite, is that fair?
Soundbite, Illusion for Rudy Brisset. I think we might be good with just those, our top 2. You really like your 5, and I think, obviously the races coming out of Oaklawn with the 5 Illicit Intention are really tough as well with the blinkers going on. So whatever. It's your top selection, my top selection.
Okay.
Add to it where you want. Talking to our wonderful audience when I say that. In the 8th race, we used 3 horses, the 4, the 10, and the 11. That's the Elkhorn. And, of course, I think the stronger opinion there is we like Bold Act, but also think that there are other horses in there. That's not a single to either one of us.
Yeah, it's deep race, as is race number 10. So $40.50 if you want to add one in race 7 with the scratch of the 4 in that first leg. We got plenty of money. I mean, you hit for $1,200 yesterday in the $3 turf pick 3. Best angles of the day. Race number 5 is where I will take us. Scratch out the number 3 horse, scratch out the number 7 horse. This is a $32,000 claiming event at a 1 1/8. Does start the pick 6. I'm going to take a shot with the number 1 horse in here. That is Sakil for Flying P Stable. Last time out, he caught a horse in good form, Huge Bigley. We go back to his Churchill Downs race back in September, and he beat a horse by the name of Highland Falls, who is the horse that I've referred to more than a few times. He's in the white blinkers and the Godolphin blue, who's going to be the favorite in the Oaklawn handicap here today. Like these older horses with some back class, the drop down in class just may get him back there. I'll take my shot with him. If he was capable that day, and he did so at a price, he ran into Money Supply in his next couple of starts after that at Oaklawn Park and Fairgrounds, who's been in phenomenal form as of late. And he caught a horse, like I said, in good form last time out. So I'll throw 5 across, maybe even step it up to 10 across on Sakil, leaning on his back class.
That's a little conservative for you. Usually you really like $50 to win, or...
Well, I spent 20 of the 50 you gave me, and the 120 that you gave me looks like fake money, so I don't know if they're going to take it.
It's been in the wash a couple of times. All right, I'm going to give you a horse to bet some money on earlier today. I really like this horse. I don't know that we'll get the 20-1 as advertised price, but best kiss yet. Luan Machado is aboard now for trainer Wayne Catalano, our man, the Cat Man. He's very good with turf sprinters. This horse gets to the turf for the first time, but we'll show you her debut. This was at Turfway Park, and she blew the doors off this field. She was bet in that race as well, only going off at 5-1 as that first-time starter. This obviously was a visually impressive race. It was a pretty decent time. She got a 70 Beyer speed figure for that victory. It stacks up against the competition today. She came back in a very tough allowance race on opening weekend on the dirt at Keeneland. Didn't pan out for her. She's probably not a dirt horse. And I want to show you this, or we already did show the stat, but dirt to turf with his sprinters, Wayne pops at 26%, an ROI of $2.53. If you look at his turf sprinters overall, he wins at 20%. Every angle you look at this, it's a positive ROI. So I'm going with this horse, best kiss yet. I hope she can find herself forwardly placed in this turf sprint. $10 win place show on a 20-1 shot. You're welcome.
You're welcome. It's not even noon. Let's move on to Tom Leach and his long shot pick of the day.
Going to the Ben Ally for our long shot play on the day, and it's Dynamic One out of the Todd Pletcher stable. Now, Dynamic One shows a good effort in this very race a year ago when it was still at 1 mile and an 1/8. I think the added distance is going to be a plus for Dynamic One. And I think the horse looks to be training well, and I think Dynamic One could be ready for a big effort off the bench. 8-1 on the morning line. Let's make that the long shot play of the day.
We've got a special segment here, a treat for you. Excited when I heard that we had this video, so let's roll it. This morning here at Keeneland, one of the Derby favorites and the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, Sierra Leone, worked in company in 48-4. What do you make of this decision by Chad Brown to have him down on the inside of his workmate as we're just a couple of weeks away from the Kentucky Derby?
I think it's good because usually when you're on the inside, you get a little bit more out of the work because you're being pressed by that horse on the outside. And also, this is a horse that I don't know what his workouts have looked like prior to, but just from seeing his personality in the afternoon and seeing his efforts, I don't think he fully exerts himself. He has a lot of talent. Yeah, he doesn't need to. So that's probably why he wanted to work him in company on the inside, just to really get a good work into him. That looked like a really nice work, and he's obviously a very exciting horse.
Great stuff. Thank you to the Keeneland broadcast team for being out early this morning to provide us that video of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes winner, Sierra Leone. Second choice in the Derby, you think?
I don't know. Probably.
I think he's second choice in the Derby behind Fierceness, who will be that top selection based on what he did in the Florida Derby. But it's a tight race for the Derby. Enjoy today at Keeneland on this beautiful Saturday. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max.
The interior design is so tech-focused, I'm in total control.
And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Step up to something grand.
Toyota, let's go places.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
The energy at Keeneland Book One is unlike any other sale that you'll go to.
It is the marketplace.
The center of the horse universe.
It's electric. You can't replicate the urgency that's at Keeneland September.
Quality in quantity.
Keeneland September Book One, every breeder's dream.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes the Kentuckians Chorus to the paddock. The Kentuckians Chorus is based in Lexington. They are a part of the Barbershop Harmony Society, which has over 800 chapters throughout the United States and Canada. Today, the Kentuckians Chorus will first present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the old folks are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, and the birds make music all the day. Oh, the young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. My old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ronnie Mertens from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Ronnie, congratulations. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the program changes. We begin with the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is listed fast and the turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. In the opener, jockey change on the 7. She's Always Rosie. That'll be Luis Saez. Jockey for number 7. She's Always Rosie, the jockey Luis Saez. Second race starts the early pick 4. Jockey change on the 6, Classy and Connected, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 6, Classy and Connected, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Third race, jockey change on number 1, One Red Cent, Abel Cedillo. That's the third race. Number 1, One Red Cent, the jockey, Abel Cedillo. Overweight, number 5, Nick Storm, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 5, Nick Storm, the jockey 1 pound over. Fourth race. Scratch the 11, My Girl Ginger. Scratch the 12, Musical Prayer. Scratch the 14, Tavali. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 11, My Girl Ginger. Scratch the 12, Musical Prayer. Scratch the 14, Tavali. Please note number 13, Cadencia, draws into the race. But contrary to the program, the jockey will be Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 13, Cadencia, draws into the race. But contrary to the program, the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Also, please note the 15, Wild Irish, draws into the race. 15, Wild Irish draws into the race as programmed. Charlea Oliveras will be the jockey. One other note regarding race number 4, there's a jockey change on the 6. Best Kiss Yet, that jockey, Luan Machado for number 6. Best Kiss Yet, the jockey will be Luan Machado. The weight is +1. Race 5 started the pick 6, no carryover. In race 5, scratch number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch, and scratch the 7, Hunter Scott. That's in race 5, scratch number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch, and scratch the 7, Hunter Scott. There's a jockey change on the 4, Bird King, and that jockey is Chase Miller. Number 4, Bird King, make the jockey Chase Miller. The weight is +2. Sixth race started the late pick 5, also started the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. And in race 6, scratch number 1, Freitas the Red. Scratch the 5, Vernet. Scratch the 7, American Retro. Also scratch the 14, Kahira's Blessing. And scratch the 16, Sarah Mia. That's in race 6. Scratch the 1, Freitas the Red. Scratch number 5, Vernet. Scratch the 7, American Retro. Also scratch 14, Kahira's Blessing. And scratch 16, Sarah Mia. Please note number 13, Storm Bay, draws into the race. And number 15, Quality Star, also draws into the race. One other note on that 6th race, overweight number 9, Samay, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's number 9, Samay, the jockey, 1 pound over. 7th race starts the late pick 4. In race 7, scratch number 4, She's Wicked Smart, and scratch number 6, Flightning Bolt. That's in the 7th race. Scratch number 4, She's Wicked Smart, and scratch the 6, Flightning Bolt. Race 8, 39th running of the Visit Lex Elkhorn Grade 2. In that 8th race, scratch number 7, Winning Spirit, and scratch the 8, Foreign Relations. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 7, Winning Spirit. And scratch number 8, Foreign Relations. There's a jockey change on the 9, Lucky Curlin. The jockey, Junior Alvarado. That's number 9, Lucky Curlin, the jockey, Junior Alvarado. 9th race, 93rd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. No changes in that 9th race. 10th and final event, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They did not draw into the race. And there's a jockey change for the 1, Golden Dagger. Jockey Luan Machado. That's in the 10th race, number 1, Golden Dagger, the jockey Luan Machado. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Saturday to you, Kurt Becker, as we get set for the final Saturday card of this spring meet in 2024. We do have 3 race days next week on Wednesday, Thursday, and we'll wrap it up on Friday. And don't forget about the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Aid sale immediately following closing day here at Keeneland Racecourse. But, Gabby, 2 very good stakes races on this Saturday, leading with the Elkhorn Visit Lex Elkhorn Grade 2 event at 1.5 miles on the turf course. And then, of course, the Ben Ally featuring some very good older handicap horses.
So the last couple of days we've seen prices come in. Those late pick 5s, late pick 4s have been paying really, really nicely. And I anticipate it being the same type of situation today. If we can get around some of the favorites like Kings Barnes in one of the featured races. But, you know, when you look at the Elkhorn today, we've got 1 that was bred in Germany, 3 bred in Ireland, 1 bred in Great Britain as well. It is truly an international event and a very competitive race.
2 featured events, the Visit Lex Elkhorn Grade 2 Company, that's race 8. And then immediately following the Grade 3 Ben Ally. Enjoy a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here at Keeneland.
The sun is out, and it is a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's kick it off with the opener. 6 furlongs on the main track for this maiden claiming race. And we are looking at the number 7, She's Always Rosie. Do take note that Luis Saez does pick up the mount on this 3-year-old filly. And when you look at her last couple of races, I think they've been solid. They've definitely been competitive when you look at the field that she's facing here today. She did drop a little bit in class to that maiden $30,000 level last time out, and it looked like she made a little bit of a bid and then kind of flattened out in the late stages of the race. But I really think that she gets pace that comes back to her today. Just for example, the filly to her inside, the 6 West Coast Harbor, she kind of looks like she has a speed and fade type of running style. So I think the stalking trip that the 7 She's Always Rosie gets today is going to be favorable. Now, the filly just to her inside, I did use her because I think in these maiden claiming races, speed is always dangerous. She just hasn't been able to have that stamina. Those races have been tougher. We've seen horses fare very well here at Keeneland coming from Oaklawn. So I think all of that applies with this filly. But I do like her in second at a big price at 17-1. I think she goes out there by herself, hopefully sets it up for the 7 to win, and we can get this nice little 6 West Coast Harbor underneath in the exacta at 17-1. And then finally we get to the 8 Golden Degree. This filly breaks from that outermost post position for trainer Brett Calhoun. She does drop in class, and she's been forward in her last couple of races. I think the blinkers on last time out probably helped her, but she's another one that has some stamina issues in here. She kind of is involved early and then doesn't necessarily have that punch late, and that could be because she's not running at the right level. Today does seem to be a much better level. Several horses in here obviously are dropping in class, but she does come out of some pretty good races at the level. You just see Impel. That's a really nice graded stakes quality type of horse for Brad Cox. Tipsy Tammy, another one, graded stakes caliber type of horse. So I think this is one of the bigger drops in class when you just look at some of the fillies that she's been competing against at the maiden special weight level. She's on the board right now at 5-1, but the betting public making these 7. She's Always Rosie, your lukewarm favorite, at 2-1 for today's opener.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming event, fillies and mares age 3 and up for a claiming price of $30,000. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Jockey for the 7, She's Always Rosie, will be Luis Saez. Luis Saez, the jockey for number 7. Main track is listed fast, turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Post time for the opener at 8 minutes.
Looking at some of these fillies warming up on track prior to race 1, I really like the looks of the number 3 Gift Gorgeous here for trainer Keith DeSormo. So this filly, her first start was down at the fairgrounds sprinting on the turf. That proved to be a pretty strong race. Zoe's Prime would come back to finish second in a stakes race here at Keeneland. And then after that, she found herself on the dirt last time out, but it was on that sloppy sealed track, one of those days that we got a lot of rain here at Keeneland, and she didn't really have a good gate break that day either. But I think it's encouraging to see Keith DeSormo wheel her back off of short rest, take another step down in class, because she didn't really run that badly against tougher company last time out, maybe on a track that she didn't really like at the end of the day. But you can see her coat glistening in the sun. She just looks fit, racy to go. I love the price that you're getting at 7-1. The 2 Lady Aberdeen, just to her inside, was another filly that looked good. And look, she's coming out of Brendan Walsh's barn. All of his horses look great. But I think the addition of blinkers on today will really sharpen her. And she has to be sharp. I don't think she necessarily has to be on the lead. I don't know that she's fast enough to get the lead. There are some really quick fillies to her outside. But I think on the turn back, at least from her dirt race, her last dirt race 2 starts back, she can get involved early. And again, when you look at the fields that she has faced, including her last race, that turf sprint race, it's the same race that the 3 came out of. Zoe's Prime was the winner, and that looks like a pretty nice filly at the stakes level. So Lady Aberdeen, definitely intriguing at 3-1, but those were 2 horses that I thought caught my eye in the paddock and the post parade. So we'll see what happens as the betting public does land on the number 7. She's Always Rosie. Luis Saez up for the connections. We're 5 minutes away to kick off this Saturday program. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Gift Gorgeous goes in. Now She's Always Rosie. Ms. I Spite comes forward. Golden Degree will be the last one. Comes forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Golden Degree. Tan Lines was off a step slowly. Golden Degree comes out, though, for the lead. Lady Aberdeen kicks in down to the inside, but the Crazy Away moves up. A close third for the move up the back stretch. She's Always Rosie, fourth up on the outside. West Coast Harbor fifth in between horses. Gift Gorgeous is sixth. Ms. I Spite is in seventh. Then a break of 7 more lengths back to Tan Lines, who's last of the 8 as they head on to the far turn. Lady Aberdeen and Golden Degree going at it for the top spot. The opening quarter, 22.23 seconds. Golden Degree from the outside has a head in front. Lady Aberdeen is second against the rail. Gap of 3 more lengths. Put the Crazy Away is in third. A gap of 6 more back of that one. She's Always Rosie is lingering in fourth position with a lot of ground to make up from there. Quarter mile to go. Golden Degree, Lady Aberdeen side by side. Put the Crazy Away 5 lengths away in third. 5 more back of that one to She's Always Rosie. Golden Degree from the outside. Lady Aberdeen from the rail. And Put the Crazy Away tries to join them. Now picks it up a notch on the outside. Put the Crazy Away comes forward to challenge Golden Degree. Lady Aberdeen, She's Always Rosie is still fourth. 16th to go. Put the Crazy Away in front. She's Always Rosie has gone to second, but here comes the wire. Put the Crazy Away. Abel Cedillo aboard to win it. She's Always Rosie second. Lady Aberdeen third. And Golden Degree fourth.
We'll take it back to the top of the stretch, and at this point it looked like either the 2 Lady Aberdeen was going to fight back and win this on the inside, or the 8 Golden Degree on the outside, but these two just duel themselves into submission. The number 1 Put the Crazy Away. She was in the perfect place at the perfect time and had all of the momentum, angling out into about the 3 or 4 path and getting up by about a length in the end, pulling off the slight upset at 5-1. 1-7-2-3. At 1-7-2-8 across the finish line unofficially for today's opener.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, Put the Crazy Away, finished first. Number 7, She's Always Rosie, was second. Number 2, Lady Aberdeen, third. Number 8, Golden Degree, fourth. 1728, unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race. Number 1, Put the Crazy Away. Tim Girton, the owner and trainer. The jockey is Abel Cedillo. Put the Crazy Away, a 4-year-old Malibu Moon filly out of Montana native by Yes It's True. Bred in Kentucky by Castleton Lions, Killboy Estate, and Gavin Tierney. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 12.72 seconds. Results official for the first race, 1728, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering and start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In race 2, the jockey for the 6, Classy and Connected, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 6, Classy and Connected, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr.
Race 2 is next, heading out to the dirt track listed as fast, 6 furlongs, maiden special weight event, and this is a restricted maiden special weight for horses that either sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. And that leads me to the number 9, Erilyn, as the top selection. And taking a close look at this attractive-looking filly. She's a filly by American Pharoah out of a War Front mare. And I just like the progression of races that she has coming into today. Obviously, last time out was a disappointing effort that was down at Gulfstream, but her dirt races are much better than her turf races. Now, you would think that she would prefer the turf given her pedigree, especially with that War Front on the bottom side. But when you look at her races, she just seems to be much better on the main track. Now, Corey Lannery's, I think, at this distance, really going to have to get working on her early, because I think, when you look at her mile races even, sometimes she can drop a little bit far back and she comes with a little bit of a closing move. But sometimes at those distance races on the dirt, she has found herself to be a little one pace. And I think the cut back in distance, when I see horses that run like that, they're either running at the wrong level or they're running at the wrong distance. I'm hoping it's the wrong distance, so I do like the cut back in her for her today. We'll take another look at the horse to her inside. This is the 8 Princess is Olivia for Juan Cano, and she comes out of a performance last time out at Turfway Park. She was coming in off the freshening, and she was actually bet down to the favorite that day, and she did lose to a horse by the name of Marmalade Sky. Now, that winner would come back to run here at Keeneland, and she finished third in a starter allowance race, a starter 50 specifically. And those races can come up really tough, and the fact that she ran third in that event, I think, really does speak to maybe the chances of the 8 Princesses Olivia in this spot. She also just looks like a really good sprinter. When you look at her dirt races on the main track at Churchill and Keeneland last year, they stack up against this competition. So maybe she has finally found the right group to break the maiden today. And then the number 6, Classy and Connected for Tommy Drury. She kind of looks like a filly that's getting better. Is she getting better because of the synthetic tries, or is she just overall improving as a filly? I would like to hope that the latter is the case. And she suffered a very brutal defeat last time out. I thought she was going to win that race as the favorite. But at the end of the day, she's best sprinting, and I hope she can take her sprint form that we saw at Turfway last time out back to the main track today. And do take note that Brian Hernandez Jr. picks up the mount on the 6 Classy and Connected. There are several first-time starters in this race, so I'm going to go take a good look at them, and we'll report trackside in just a few moments as this race does start that early pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maidens, fillies, 3 years of age. Auction restriction for horses that sold or were reserved not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction appearance. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast today. Double pick 3 started the early pick 4. A reminder, the jockey for the 6, classy and connected Brian Hernandez Jr. That's number 6, classy and connected Brian Hernandez Jr. is the jockey. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course, post time at 8 minutes.
Taking a closer look at this field warming up on track. The start of the early pick 4, race 2 is coming up next. And I kind of feel like the one Ice Water is being forgotten about in the wagering. This is a filly that definitely has form to win this type of race, and you also get leading rider and Tyler Gaffalione aboard. She's 6-1 on the morning line. She has floated up to 11-1, and I thought she made a nice appearance. She just seems very energized today, a filly that's on her toes, and you want to see that, especially having drawn the rail. It might be a difficult task for Tyler to navigate the rail post position, because I don't think she'll be the fastest early. But I hope that she can get somewhat of a forward position. And she was up against it last time out in that maiden special weight at Turfway Park. She chased a wire-to-wire winner in a small field of 4 that day, so only going against 3 other horses. I think she's live at 11-1. We'll go way to the outside to talk about a couple other horses. The 10 up on the edge. She comes into the race off of a freshening since December at Turfway Park. The distance, I think, is key for her. She just certainly looks like one that will appreciate cutting back in distance. And I like the fact that Rudy has given her a little bit of a beat, because clearly nothing was really working up until now. They gave her some time. They brought her back in her 3-year-old season, and now she looks like she's a little bit better, because you could tell that she is a lightly framed filly. So I think this time off and a freshening will do her well. And do take note that exciting opportunity, this filly is actually entered in the April sale here at Keeneland on next Friday evening, and she will be offered as hip number 76. Finally, we get to the 12, a Zen Moment for Eric Reed, and she just seems like a fiery type of horse. She was like this in the paddock. She was on her toes. She's still on her toes. She looks like a very speedy horse. And I will say one thing. So she comes out of the same race as the 11. The 11 is 9-2. The 12 is 10-1. That was a very fast pace. I thought it set up for the 11. The 12's end moment was part of that contentious and fast pace. 21-4 opening quarter, 45 and change for the half. We'll see if she can have the stamina today, but I actually thought, considering the pace scenario, she ran incredibly well, and she looks very fast. She should be able to hopefully clear from the outside, and she looks like she's coming into this race with a lot of energy as well, one that definitely stood out to me at 10-1. This is a tough race. It's a great betting race. As you can see, your favorite is the 8. Princess is Olivia at 4-1. Even if you bet the favorite here, you're getting a very healthy return. A competitive event coming up next, race 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Up on the edge, moves into line. Now here's Above All Else. Penny's Smile comes forward, along with Winna Kaching. Now Queen Anna T. Classy and Connected goes in. Zen Moment, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Princess is Olivia comes out for the lead. Zen Moment is right there. Winna Kaching as they move up the backstretch. Penny's Smile comes away running in fourth. Ice Water fifth down toward the inside. Era Lynn toward the outside of horses is sixth here early on. Queen Anna T to her inside is seventh. And then up on the edge, moves up to the far outside. Up on the edge, moves up 2 spots from 8th into 6th, caught wide to the far turn. Above All Else, further back toward the rail, is in 9th. Classy and Connected is 10th. And then Evocation on the outside. Sailing is last of the group. Opening quarter went in 22.73 seconds. Around the far turn, Princess is Olivia to the inside. Zen Moment to the outside. Winna Kaching seeks to join them. Third on the extreme outside. Moving off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Penny's Smile is fourth up on the edge. Grandstand side and fifth toward the center of the track. Winna Kaching comes forward for the lead. Winna Kaching has the lead a length and a half as they move by the 8th pole to Zen Moment in second. Princess is Olivia has dropped back. Here is Penny's Smile going to third. Up on the edge to fourth. Winna Kaching, 16th pole, a widening 6-length lead. It is Winna Kaching. Martín Garcia to win it. Penny Smile second, Zen Moment third, up on the edge fourth.
Well, there was a wall of horses early vying for that lead position, and it was somewhat of a contentious pace, especially considering those interior fractions. And this filly, she just sat off the pace, waited for everything to unfold, circled around the field, and came with this impressive closing kick under Martín Garcia. Winna Kaching, your winner at 7-2 for race 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 11, Winna Kaching, finished first. Number 4, Penny's Smile, was second. Number 12, Zen Moment, third. Number 10, Up on the Edge, fourth. 11-4, 12-10, unofficial. Results of race 2 official. 11-4, 12-10, the official results. Into the winner's circle, number 11, Winnacaching, owned by Phillips Racing Partnership of John W. Phillips, trained by Dale Romans, Martin Garcia, the jockey. Winnacaching, a 3-year-old daughter of Dialed In, out of Wonder Upon a Star by Street Cry. Winner bred in Kentucky by the Phillips Racing Partnership. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute, 11.71 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. The main track is listed fast. The turf listed good today. In the third race, the jockey for number 1, One Red Cent, Abel Cedillo. Number 1, One Red Cent, the jockey Abel Cedillo. Overweight, the 5, Nick Storm, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 5, Nick Storm, the jockey 1 pound over.
Race 3 is next, 20 minutes out, and it's a good group of horses coming up next. It's a field of 3-year-olds at the allowance level, and we could certainly see some of these horses go against graded stakes company in the near future. That's how good of a group this is, and it's really led by the number 4, Mr. Skylight, for trainer Riley Mott. Riley has brought just a handful of horses here, and they've all run extremely well. Had a really nice winner on opening weekend here. But the 4, Mr. Skylight, he ran against a beast first time out, and that was actually another Riley Mott horse in Beeline. Beeline won that race and then would come back to win the Hutchison, and we're talking about 91 Beyer speed figure, 84 Beyer speed figure, a very fast horse. And I like the fact that Mr. Skylight, even in that race, he found himself forwardly placed. Now, in his next start, he didn't get away that well, and he had to show dimension. He had to show that he was versatile enough to close from off the pace and win. So I just like that he's been able to do both and still run 2 bang-up races. And now today, hopefully with a cleaner break, he's going to find himself forwardly placed. But nice pedigree, nice-looking horse in the paddock. The 4, Mr. Skylight, is going to be the top selection for me. The 6, Iridescent, is next. Even money on this horse coming in for trainer David Jacobson. He last raced at Aqueduct, and he was the beaten favorite in that event. He ran well in the Jimmy Wingfield 2 starts back over that muddy sealed track as well. He is capable of some really good performances, and then sometimes he can fall a little bit short, like his race last time out. He is a quality allowance horse, but I will say his last win was against Starter Allowance Optional Claiming Company. And I did think that that race came up a little bit on the easy side. This race, although small, is a very tough field, and I don't think he gets everything to go his way on the front end. I like him, but if we're talking 6-5 even money, I kind of prefer the 4 at 2-1, just because I think these are the 2 horses where the speed is going to come from. I would be surprised if the 6, Iridescent, gets a lone lead today, but he does come into this race with good form. I think you just have to watch the price and see which price is what you're willing to take on a horse like this. The number 5 is Nick Storm for trainer Ben Colebrook. And he just seems like he's starting to really get better. They debuted him at the high-level maiden claiming level last year as a 2-year-old. We went through a little bit of a lull, and then he came back to Keeneland opening weekend, and I thought he ran a really good race against a tough group of horses. Scatify in there, Bilal, the winner. We're talking about some quality race horses on opening weekend. So that impressed me enough to use him in the top 3 here. You can see Scott Hazelton. We are in agreement with the top 3, just in different order. He goes to the 6. I go to the 4, Mr. Skylight on top. And the wagering public kind of going back and forth between these 2 horses as well. Right now, your favorite, the 6, Iridescent, at 6-5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Hurricane Hills allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 3-year-old, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. A reminder, the jockey for number 1, One Red Cent, is Abel Cedillo. Abel Cedillo rides number 1. And a reminder, the overweight number 5, Nick's Storm, the jockey, 1 pound over. Post time at 7 minutes.
Well, we already touched on 3 of the top contenders, the 4, 5, and the 6, but I want to talk about one other horse, the number 3, Motor City, for Brett Brinkman. when Brett brings horses here, they tend to do very well. So far at the meet, he's brought 2 and he's won 1. And historically speaking, he's been able to bring some really quality horses here and even win stakes races. So I would keep an eye out for the number 3 Motor City. He's not the tallest horse. When you look at him as a physical, kind of compared to the other horses, he's probably a couple hands shorter than them, but he is stout and he is really built. He is a very athletic looking horse. Today, I wonder what position he's going to find himself in. He rated from off the pace going 5 furlongs in his first race. And then he came back in his allowance effort at the fairgrounds. I will say there are several horses that will be exiting that race over the course of the next couple of race days. So this is a very key race, I think, to pay attention to on how horses do out of it. But for what it's worth, that was a very fast pace, and that pace totally collapsed. The internal fractions were quick. Horses who were forwardly placed completely stopped. The winner of the race closed from off of it. And considering that this horse was coming off a freshening, he was close to that fast pace. He was chasing it, and he was close to the fast pace that stopped. I think that's a feather in the cap of this 3-horse Motor City, and he looks like he's come out of the race in good condition, just a horse that is holding that good condition, and he looks pretty speedy here for the connection. So just, another one to consider, a very competitive group here, but the 6 Iridescent, your 8-5 favorite, I should say, as we are coming up on the 3rd race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Hurricane Hills. Moving into line, race 3. Motor City comes forward. Mr. Skylight, 2 more to load. Here is Nick Storm. Iridescent, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Mr. Skylight. Mr. Skylight from between horses out for the lead. Knave is right there to the inside. Iridescent close up from the outside. And these 3 come forward as they head up the backstretch. Knave scoots up against the rail, puts ahead in front. Iridescent far outside. Mr. Skylight in between that pair. Then a gap of 2 lengths back to Nick Storm, who'll be wide, moving up in the 4th position outside onto the far turn of Motor City next to last. And One Red Cent is the trailer as they head on to the turn. Iridescent from the outside has a head in front. And Mr. Skylight second, Nick Storm a close-up third. 22.26 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Then a gap of 4 more lengths to Motor City. Knave, who drops out toward the back of the pack, and One Red Cent is last quarter mile to go. Mr. Skylight has the lead by almost a length off the far turn. Iridescent now comes at him again on the outside, and then Nick Storm, who's third, still 2 lengths off the lead into the final furlong. Mr. Skylight maintains the lead. Iridescent still trying. Nick Storm is still trying, but they've got to get past Mr. Skylight. Mr. Skylight by a length and a half. Then Nick Storm and Iridescent. Mr. Skylight wins it for Junior Alvarado. Nick Storm was up for second at the expense of Iridescent, who was third.
What a gutsy effort we saw from the number 4, Mr. Skylight. So in the early stages of this race, he was stuck between 2 horses, the 2 and the 6. That is an uncomfortable position for horses because they're getting pressed to the outside and they've got someone on the, or another horse on the inside. This horse took both of those challengers and still fought off the late challenge, the late bid from the 5, Nick Storm, to win here on the wire. What an impressive performance we saw from the number 4, Mr. Skylight, to get the win today in race 3. 4, 5, 6 unofficially across the finish line. The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 4, Mr. Skylight, was first. Number 5, Nick Storm, was second. Number 6, Iridescent, third. Number 1, One Red Cent, was fourth. 4, 5, 6, 1, unofficial.
Head of the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Hurricane Hills, number 4, Mr. Skylight, owned by Peter Vegso, trained by Riley Mott, Junior Alvarado, the winning jockey. Mr. Skylight, a 3-year-old son of Practical Joke, out of Lightbringer by Northern Fleet, bred in Kentucky by Vegso Racing Stable. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute, 11 seconds. Third race results official. 4-5-6-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Hurricane Hills Trophy presentation to the connections of Mr. Skylight. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. The turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. In this fourth race, scratch the 11, My Girl Ginger. Also scratch the 12, Musical Prayer. Scratch the 14, Tavali. A reminder, number 13, Cadencia, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, it'll be Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 13, Cadencia, draws in the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 15, Wild Irish, also draws in. Charley Oliveros rides as shown. Also a reminder, the jockey change on the 6, Best Kiss Yet, the jockey Luan Machado. Number 6, Best Kiss Yet, the jockey Luan Machado. The weight is +1.
Race 4 is next, a very nice allowance race heading out to the turf course. Turf is currently listed as good at 5.5 furlongs. I'm going to take a swing here with the 6, Best Kiss Yet. This is a interesting group of horses, undoubtedly. I am just very curious to see what this filly can do on the turf today. So her first race was ultra impressive. It was against Maiden Special Weight Company at Turfway Park. She showed speed out of the gate, was pressed a little early, and then cleared to win and beat that field by over 4 lengths. Now, she came back on opening weekend here at Keeneland. Wayne Catalano tried her on the dirt. She kind of got bounced around coming out of the starting gate. Then she was chasing really fast opening quarter and half fractions. Not to mention, that was one of the more difficult filly races we have seen, filly allowance races we've seen at Keeneland so far. This is comprised of, quality horses, but I wouldn't say it's as tough as that dirt sprint race that we see her coming out of. Also, on top of that, Wayne Catalano going from dirt to turf with his sprinters. He pops at 26%, and it is a positive ROI of $2.53. One more piece of information. This filly's by Golden Sense, but she's out of the mare Top Kisser, who was a 4-time winner on the turf. So this filly definitely has turf pedigree. She's fast. All the qualities you want to see in a turf sprinter. Do take note that Luan Machado does pick up the mount on the 6, Best Kiss Yet. Now to the inside, the 1 Royal Flower sent out by Steve Asmussen, and this is a very fast mare. She went wire to wire 2 back at Ellis. That was off of a long layoff, and it was back in June. Then she came back off another long layoff to nearly win, but she was out sprinted early. With this inside draw, I think Frankie Dettori is just going to get after her. She's going to go to the lead and hope to see her, go gate to wires. We'll see how long she can last here, but she has had kind of an interrupted career so far in her 5-year-old, or coming into this race as a 5-year-old mare. She did lose to a very nice filly last time out, Port Towson. She would come back to run in the Giants Causeway. So obvious contender, the number 1 Royal Flower. She's very speedy, and I think she has an advantage breaking from the rail. The 4 Twirl Around is sent out by Greg Foley. She gets to the turf for the first time. I can see her maybe getting a mid-pack trip. She's a filly that has some quality for sure, and she's gone against some nice fillies down at the fairgrounds, even Churchill and Keeneland prior to this. She's by Twirling Candy, and her full brother is actually a turf winner, and he actually posted a 92 buyer for that turf win. So some fast siblings have liked this surface, and I was intrigued by this filly getting to the turf for the first time at 7:01.
In this 4th event here at Keeneland Racecourse, the number 3 Cloud Walker is my top selection for Board Short Stables and Brendan Walsh, a filly they bought as a 2-year-old last year for $220,000 and got an immediate return on investment. With her only start at 2, she won here at Keeneland during the fall meet, coming from off the pace over good listed ground after not having a clean start. She won that race by 3 lengths, clearing off, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, which is not an easy task to do, especially for a young horse. Here today, she comes off the 6-month layoff. She'll be ready to go. Brendan Walsh, his barn is clicking right now at Keeneland. Cloud Walker, in my opinion, will be very tough in this next event, race number 4.
Yeah, she was well meant first time out, and she did close. I think that's another feather in the cap when you look at the profile of this race, because it does seem like there's some speedy fillies. She managed to win first time out. She also managed to close. Not always an easy feat when you were sprinting on the turf, but she looks great coming off the layoff, and she's 8-5 right now for Brendan Walsh, who has had a very strong Keeneland spring meet as of late. She is the current favorite. We'll see what happens, and we'll take a closer look at these horses as they go postward for the 4th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hamburg Place. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 11, My Girl Ginger. Scratch the 12, Musical Prayer. Also scratch number 14, Tavali. A reminder, 13 Cadencia draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 15, Wild Irish, draws into the race. Charley Oliveros rides as programmed. And a reminder, the jockey change for the 6th, Best Kiss Yet. That'll be Luan Machado. Luan Machado rides the 6th. The weight is +1. Post time at 8 minutes.
We touched on some of the main contenders in here, and I do really love the looks of your favorite at 8-5, the number 3 horse, Cloud Walker. In many ways, she's the filly to beat, but let's talk about a priced horse, and that's the number 10, Work of Fiction, right now at 12-1. I just thought she made a really nice appearance today for trainer Rusty Arnold. She just looks really fit coming into today. I don't know that this is the end goal for her. You know, when you look at her races last year, it does look like they stretched her out a little bit farther in distance, say to the mile. But I will tell you that I think 5.5 furlongs is much more suitable than the straight 5 furlongs on the turf at Gulfstream Park, where it's very hard to make up any ground. This race does have a lot of speed in it, and I think it will benefit or help give the 10, Work of Fiction, a little bit of a leg up. And I really did want to see her in the flesh today. And after looking at her, I thought she made a nice appearance there under Luis Saez. So maybe another one to consider at 12-1. It's a very competitive race. And although I do like the looks of the 3 Cloud Walker, it's very hard to win first time out, come back and face winners in your second start, and win back-to-back, especially when there's several months in between. And obviously we haven't seen her since October of last year. So 3-2 is a very short price on a horse like this. She looks fantastic, but I did think this was a pretty competitive group. I wasn't anticipating any horse being that short of a price. We'll see if she can run to her odds at 3-2. We are 5 minutes out from the 4th race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hamburg Place. Moving into line, race 4. Ruthless Rua coming forward along with Twirl Around. Baroyer goes in. Work of Fiction, Best Kiss Yet. Cadencia. Wild Irish, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Royal Flower, Work of Fiction, Baroyer, and Twirl Around. These four come to the front. Numero 6 comes away running in the 5th position. Ruthless Rua, 6th. Cadencia, 7th. Best Kiss Yet moves up between horses 2 spots from 8th as they head for the far turn. Cloud Walker is 9th, down toward the inside. 6 lengths off the lead at the entrance to the far turn. And then further back, Gold Del Mar is in 10th. Break of 5 more lengths to Candy Bar, who is 11th. And Wild Irish, last of the 12, 21.11. The time for the opening quarter. Royal Flower leads at 3/4 of a length. Baroyer second by just 1 length. Twirl Around third to the inside. Numero 6 fourth up on the outside. Now Cloud Walker is 5th against the rail and still 6 lengths off the lead. Looks for more running room. Tries to change lanes. Tries to thread the needle between horses. Still can't get through. Baroyer's right alongside now of Royal Flower. And then Twirl Around from 3rd. Numero 6 is 4th. Cloud Walker is 5th. Baroyer is in front. Twirl Around trying to catch Baroyer. Cloud Walker's coming late to the inside from 3rd. Baroyer, John Velasquez to win it. Close for 2nd, Twirl Around, or Cloud Walker for that runner-up spot.
In a really complicated, difficult turf sprint to handicap, well, just rely on Wesley Ward and Johnny Velasquez. It never fails. And this horse drifted up to 13 to run Baroyer, coming in off of a little bit of a freshening for trainer Wesley Ward. Found herself forwardly placed today, sitting just off the pace of the 1, and she hit the wire just in time. As the 1 faded, she was sitting in the catbird seat. Really nice performance from the 3, Cloud Walker, weaving her way in through traffic, but couldn't get up in time. And it does look like the 4, Twirl Around, might have gotten her on the wire. It's going to be a photo for 2nd, but no doubt about your winner. It's Wesley Ward, it's Johnny Velasquez, it's Baroyer at 13 to 1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 5, Baroye, first. Number 4, Twirl Around, second. Number 3, Cloudwalker, third. And number 8, Numero 6, was fourth. 5, 4, 3, 8, unofficial. Fourth race results official. 5, 4, 3, 8, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hamburg Place. Number 5, Baroye, owned by Ammo Racing USA of Kia Jarobchin, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey is John Velasquez. Baroye, a 3-year-old daughter of midshipman out of Palace Dreams by Freud, bred in Kentucky by Patricia L. Mosley. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 2.23 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Hamburg Place trophy presentation to the connections of Baroye. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is listed fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. In race 5, scratch number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch. And scratch the 7, Hunter Scott. A reminder, the jockey for number 4, Bird King, will be Chase Miller. Number 4, Bird King, the jockey Chase Miller, the weight is +2.
Race 5 kicks off the Pick 6 on this Saturday afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse, and it's a nice claiming race. Open $32,000 claiming race, and the distance on the dirt course is 1 mile and an eighth. The one Sakil opening up at 5-2, your second choice right now for trainer Mike Maker. And I definitely think this is one of a few horses that could win. It's a very level playing field, this group is. But the one Sakil, there are a couple of things to like about him. Number one, I actually thought that he ran a very good race last time out at Oaklawn Park because it was a pedestrian pace. Huge Bigley, the winner of the race, he went wire to wire. He would come back to win against Starter Allowance Company in his next start. So not only was it a good group of horses, but the pace scenario, he was up against it from that standpoint. He's not a slow horse, though, so with this rail post position, I don't expect him to be too far off of it with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. The number 6, Systemic Change, is an obvious horse in this spot. He has been going against much, much tougher company lately. He's also going to be offered at the Keeneland April sale next Friday evening after races as hip number 61, so do take note of that. But obviously they dropped this horse in class because he's not really going to cut it at this point in time at the allowance level. They tried to other than allowance company before. They managed to win one of those races, a race that came up pretty competitive, but he was a favorite in that race at Monmouth last summer. And those types of races, once you get through your conditions, are just hard to come by. But I do think this is the right spot for him. He's not slow, so he should find himself forwardly placed, not necessarily on the lead, but sitting a good trip there under Irad Ortiz Jr. And then the number 5, Direct Line, is the final horse I'll get to. Direct Line sent out by Peter Urton and Flavien Prat to do the riding. He comes out of a race last time out where there was a dominating victory in Cowboy Mike, but that race has proven to be productive as a couple of winners have come out of that race to go on and win. My only issue, or it's not an issue, but this horse did win going wire to wire 2 starts back. He did manage to close to win at Del Mar a couple of years ago. My only issue is he's 7 now, and he's been lightly raced over the course of the past year. So you do wonder if he can put his best foot forward today. Does he need to in order to win? I personally think he does, just because of all the class droppers that are in this race, and he's kind of just been maintaining at the claiming level, and this race did come up very tough with all of these class droppers trying to get out of those allowance races. But I do think he's solid, as the betting public agrees. He's kind of middle tier right now at 5-1. But the public lands on the 6, Systemic Change for Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz. Claridge Stables on the drop in class right now at 2-1. Race 5 coming up next to kick off that Pick 6.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, a claiming race, 4-year-olds and up, the price $32,000. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In race 5, scratch number 3, Crazy Legs Hirsch. Also scratch the 7, Hunter Scott. A reminder, the jockey for number 4, Bird King, Chase Miller. Chase Miller rides the 4. The weight is +2. Post time at 7 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 5. Bird King moves into line. Here's Direct Line. 3 more to load. Systemic Change comes forward. From Another Mother goes into line. That leaves Beyond Best, the last one. Going in. At the post. And they're off. There's Sakil from the inside and From Another Mother from the outside. And Direct Line moves quickly in the opening strides as well. Direct Line now gets the lead well before the entrance to the first turn. From Another Mother goes second upon the outside. Sakil is third for the move around the turn and settles back about 4 lengths from the early leader and is third by a half length. Divine Armor is fourth up on the outside, then a break of 3 more lengths back to Beyond Best, who is back toward the inside in the 5th position. Systemic Change goes 6th for the move off the first turn and onto the back stretch. Bird King is last, opening quarter 23.6 seconds. Back up front. Direct Line shows the way. Direct Line leads it by a length. From Another Mother goes second by a length and a half. And then Sakil is third, a half length. Divine Armor is fourth on the outside, a gap of just over 3 more lengths. Systemic Change picks up 1 spot, stays outward from the rail, headed toward the far turn. Now in the 5th position. Beyond Best is shuffled back 1 spot into 6th. Bird King last to the 7. It was 48.03 seconds, the time for the first half mile. On to the far turn, Direct Line is the leader. Direct Line leads it by a length. From Another Mother, second by 3 lengths. And then Divine Armor trying to take third. Moves up to the outside of Sakil. Systemic Change is in the 5th position. Now, Systemic Change has to go wide, center of the track, from 5th up to 4th, now challenging for 3rd. Still 5 lengths from the lead. They're coming to the quarter pole. Systemic Change keeps moving out in the center of the racetrack. From Another Mother's there between horses. Direct Line back toward the inside, then Sakil and Divine Armor. Systemic Change coming forward, puts ahead in front. From Another Mother is fighting on to the inside, but is second now as they move by the 8th pole. Then Divine Armor to 3rd. Systemic Change is rolling on past the 16th pole for the victory. Systemic Change, Iran Ortiz Jr. aboard, drawing clear in the closing strides to win it. From Another Mother was home second, and then further back, Divine Armor hung on for 3rd from a closing Bird King 4th. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 6, Systemic Change, was first. Number 8, From Another Mother, second. Number 2, Divine Armor, third. Number 4, Bird King, fourth. 6824 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, number 6, Systemic Change, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Systemic Change, a 5-year-old gelded son of Ghost Sapper out of Majestic River by A.P. Indy, bred in Kentucky by Adena Springs. Mile and an eighth over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 52.2 seconds. Systemic Change, cataloged as hip number 61 for the Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale coming up on Friday after the races. Race 5, results official. 6824, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, offering double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. The turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. In race 6, scratch number 1, Freitas the Red. Also scratch number 5, Vernet. Scratch the 7, American Retro. Also scratch the 14, Kahira's Blessing. And scratch the 16, Saramia. A reminder, number 13, Storm Bay, draws into the race. Axel Concepcion will ride as programmed. The 15, Quality Star, draws in with Joe Talamo. And a reminder about the overweight number 9, Samé, the jockey 1 pound over.
We have a big, important race coming up here as far as a multi-race exotic sequence is concerned. This race starts a 50-cent pick 5, late pick 5 with the features still to come. The Visit Lex Elkhorn as well as the Ben Ali in the late pick 5 sequence. And this is also the first leg of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which paid over $1,200 just yesterday. And this is a tough way to begin it, but we like the challenge. We like big fields and the prices as we're getting here in race number 6. The number 12 horse, Olivia Meralda, the Irish-bred filly, currently sitting at 6-1, makes her U.S. debut for Woodford Thoroughbreds and trainer Will Walden. Now, this is a filly that spent all of her 11 races up until this point over in Great Britain, and she was running against the best fillies that Europe has to offer on grass. And we see how well the grass horses make the transition here to the United States. But if you look at her campaign last season, first start of 2023, she ran in the 1,000 Guinea Stakes. That's the equivalent from a 3-year-old filly perspective here in the States as the Kentucky Oaks. That was a race taken by Maj. Tahira ended up finishing second in that race, and Maj came over here to win the Group 1, Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup here at Keeneland Racecourse in the fall. Now, granted, she was 7th that day, but she bounced out of that with a win in the Surrey Stakes at Epsom. She was only beaten a length and a half in the Jersey Stakes Grade 3 Company, facing the boys at Royal Ascot last summer. And then she ran in the City of York Stakes and in the Group 1 Coolmore America Justify Matron Stakes, which was taken by Tahira, that very good older filly. So Olivia Meralda, this is a big opportunity for her, for trainer Will Walden, getting the opportunity to have these types of European horses come over to his barn here in Kentucky. I would expect big things from this filly here today and moving forward off of the campaign that she had in Europe back in 2023. Great price on this filly too, 5-1 on the board. Pleasant Passage, the 11 horse at 9-2, coming off the 8-month layoff for trainer Shug McGahee. She kind of tailed off in her last race after a steady campaign from the springtime through the summer at Saratoga. Coming back fresh here at Keeneland Racecourse, I think, will be key. She's been training down in South Florida for the winter and springtime at Payson Park, and Irad takes the call here today, 9-2 on the board as it stands right now. She can sit forward typically in her races. She went wire to wire when she broke her maiden in the, when she followed up her maiden win in the Miss Grillo Stakes. But prior to that, when the pace was a little bit quicker, she tracked off the pace and kicked on home. Very adaptable filly. I think that you've got to really respect her at odds of 9-2 with her consistent running style and coming in fresh. That's the one thing that I really do like about this filly, and we're seeing so many connections freshen their horses up to key in on big races here at Keeneland Racecourse, and that is just a trend that we will continue to see, I think, as we move through the spring meet, obviously here with the remaining days, but for seasons to come when it comes to the springtime at Keeneland Racecourse. And then the number 10 horse, Sacred Wish, for Black Type Thoroughbreds and Swinbank Stable for George Weaver. Hasn't been seen in 5 months. Another fresh filly showing up here. Her last 3 races against Graded Stakes Company on the turf in the Pebbles. She ran in the Valley View. She was 4th, beaten just a length and a half to Surge Capacity. She was the winner of the Winter Memories up at Belmont at Aqueduct, coming from off the pace. She's one that also likes to come from off the pace. If the pace is slow, she can sit forward, but I don't imagine the pace is going to be very slow here today, going this mile distance this afternoon. There was even a point where she was running against very high-level competition on the dirt. She was runner-up in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks at Saratoga last year. Bottom line is she's a very good filly. She's a daughter of Not This Time, who has developed into such a phenomenal stallion with turf runners and dirt runners on both sides of the country and all over as far as the allowance races and obviously the graded stakes types are concerned. So Sacred Wish, deserved favored given what she's coming from and the competition that she has kept, but by no means is this an easy spot for her in this comeback situation and a second level allowance condition, which is oftentimes a point to move off of after a win back into Stakes Company moving forward. An extremely deep field coming up in race number 6. Again, starts the late pick 5 for 50 cents and the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which is made up of race number 6 here and race 8 and 10 at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Sienna. An allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 mile over the turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. Scratch the 1, Freitas the Red. Scratch the 5, Vernet. Also scratch the 7, American Retro. Scratch the 14, Kahira's Blessing. And scratch 16, Sarah Mia. A reminder, both number 13, Storm Bay, and number 15, Quality Star, draw into the race. Overweight, the 9, Samay, the jockey, 1 pound over. Post time, 7 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away from this 6th race, and there is Sacred Wish. She's a filly that came out ahead of this group leaving the paddock. She came out ready to go, and she is keyed up off the 5-month layoff, and we'll see how she is here on this return. As we said, she is the 2-to-1 favorite to begin this late pick 5 poll, which is over $477,000. She looks like she's settled down a bit as she's gotten with the pony Sacred Wish, just watching her with her ears pinned back as she warms up under Johnny Velasquez. But just wanted to make the comment of her being the one to lead this group out of the paddock, the first one to leave. As we all know, or most of us know, we see these horses typically come in numerical order, but they saw fit to take her out in front of these fillies here today. So we'll see how she fares on this comeback here this afternoon. The number 8 horse, Glittering Lights, is where we'll head to next. And that is a filly by Kingman for Brendan Walsh and Hunter Valley Farm. She's got a European miler build to her. And just based on the look of her, as well as obviously she was a European miler to begin with, it shouldn't be a surprise. But more and more we get the opportunity and the great pleasure of seeing these horses, especially at Keeneland, that brings such a diverse group of horses together from around the country and from around the world. It just really did stand out to me looking at this filly. I've talked about the Will Walden trainee that I've got on top here in this race, coming over off of that high-level competition that she is, the number 12 horse, But this 8-horse, Glittering Lights, who is currently sitting at 5-1, don't sleep on her. I'll be honest with you, I didn't look in this direction to begin with, but looking at her, I love the way that she looks here for Hunter Valley Farm and Brendan Walsh. And then the number 2 horse, that is Miss Reed, the well-bred daughter of Blame for Tom Drury Jr. off the 7-month layoff. She was keyed up too, as well, leaving the gate or leaving the paddock. Maybe reacting to the 10-horse leaving the gate and her energy, Sacred Wish, but she settled in with Luis Saez as she's gotten away from the pony to warm up. She was a winner on grass 2 starts back at Ellis Park, and then they ran her in a stakes race at Ellis in that follow-up run. So this is a comeback spot for her as well, but sitting at 9-1 on the board. $500,000 in the pick 5 pool. We'll see that late money take it up, I believe, flirting with nearly $1 million if the trend continues in the way that these late pick 5s have been played here at Keeneland Racecourse. Get involved. It is a great sequence along with the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Sienna. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, race 6. Moon Ray moves into line. Glittering Lights. Olivia Meralda goes in. Here's Storm Bay. Quality Star, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Moon Ray. Moon Ray out for the lead. Miss Reed is there to the inside. Some May comes away running in 3rd. And then Woohoo Jackie Blue is 4th and Sacred Wish 5th alongside of her as they move into the first turn. Moon Ray the leader. Moon Ray clears the traffic, is over to the rail to save some ground, leads it by 2 lengths around the first turn. Some May goes 2nd a length. Miss Reed is 3rd by just a neck. Woohoo Jackie Blue 3rd on the outside. Then a gap of 2 more lengths. One Silk Stocking is 5th back toward the inside. Sacred Wish 6th on her outside. Headed up the backstretch. Then Pleasant Passage is 7th. Olivia Maralda back toward the inside in 8th. Storm Bay outward from the rail up the backstretch is in 9th position. Glittering Lights is in 10th. And then Quality Star last of the 11. The opening quarter went in 22.99 seconds, and Moon Ray is the leader. And Moon Ray has the lead out to 3 lengths now as they head for the far turn. The first half mile, 46.27 seconds. Samay is second, a length and a half to Woohoo Jackie Blue just outside of Miss Reed, followed by One Silk Stocking, Sacred Wish up on the outside, who now moves to the center of the course, goes to 5th, still 6 lengths off the lead. Pleasant Passage 7 to make up, Quality Star 9 to make up, Olivia Maralda 10 from the front. They turn for home. It is Moon Ray, Miss Reed to the inside, Samay is there, Sacred Wish out in the center of the course. And then a late run from One Silk Stocking down toward the inside, but still in 5th position. Quality Star, center of the course. Sacred Wish coming after Miss Reed, but Miss Reed has the jump on her. Miss Reed in front by 2. Sacred Wish, and then Olivia Maralda coming late. Miss Reed in front. Miss Reed wins it by a length on the line for Luis Saez.
Oh, there's something about these Blame fillies. They are just flying over the last couple of seasons. And this one for Claiborne Farm in the Orange Silks of Claiborne Farm. Luis Saez down on the inside, finding some separation amongst this group as they straighten for home. She's in front by 2 at this point, and the 12-horse pick her up in between horses. She's charging from well off the pace. Olivia Maralda looks like she comes up with that second-place finish, but Miss Reed giving Tommy Drury Jr. another win here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Miss Reed, finished first. Number 12, Olivia Maralda, was second. Number 10, Sacred Wish, third. Number 4, One Silk Stocking, was fourth. 2:12.10 unofficial. Sixth race results official. 2:12:10 for the official results. Official winner of race 6, the Sienna, number 2, Miss Reed. Owned by Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock and trained by Tom Drury Jr., the jockey Luis Saez. Miss Reed, a 5-year-old daughter of Blame, out of line by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Claiborne Farm. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 34.64 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Sienna Trophy presentation to the connections of Miss Reed. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 4, She's Wicked Smart. And scratch the 6, Flightning Bolt. At Keeneland, the condition of the turf course is now firm. Please note, the condition of the turf course is now listed firm.
Race number 7, maiden fillies, 3-year-old fillies going the about 7 furlongs distance on the Beard course. And this race will start the late pick 4, which will give you our opinions on the late pick 4 in just a moment. A ticket that Gabby and I put together this morning on Today at Keeneland for those of you that missed it. And this race has a couple of scratches, scratch the 4 and 6. The 3 soundbite is 2-1 right now. There's some buzz about this filly for Brad Cox, a audible filly they bought for $350,000 at a 2-year-old in training sale last year, and she makes her debut now at the age of 3. Halston Rose, the number 7 horse, she's getting some attention. She was on the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland for CJ Racing and Brian Lynch. She's run twice, once on synthetic, debuted on turf back in February down at Gulfstream Park, and has run 2 solid races, 2 very encouraging races to finish 3rd in both of them. And my take on this filly is that you look at her pedigree, she's by Good Magic out of an Indian Charlie first dam. First of all, on the dam side, Indian Charlie has been one of the most impactful stallions over the last 20 or so years, over the course of this time that we've seen his sons and his daughters that have turned into broodmares impact the breed. That speaks for itself. But Good Magic, fairly new stallion, former 2-year-old champion, and has quickly developed into a top stallion. His best runners have been dirt runners, bottom line. And at the top of that list, and I think you look at the races that we all key in on it as far as marquee races, the Grade 1 Kentucky Derby would be the marquee race of the springtime, if not the entire year. Last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, son of Good Magic. And there's more to it than just Mage alone when it comes to sons and daughters of Good Magic and how well they've performed on dirt. So Halston Rose, I'll take my shot with this filly moving to dirt for the first time. Again, she was on the Clocker Report, one of 2 horses that were focused in on the Clocker Report on Today at Keeneland. I think she takes a big step forward here today, and she's getting attention, 3-1. I always find that to be an encouraging sign on a horse trying something new to open up at this kind of price and not far off the favorite as it stands right now. The number 1 horse, Illusion, for Rudy Brisset. This is an Into Mischief filly who gets blinkers in start 2 of her career. And Illusion debuted at Turfway Park with a way outside draw. She was post 11 in a field of 11, didn't break all that sharp, and then that was kind of her race. She got experience out of that race. Obviously, any horse does in start 1 of their career. And her trainer, Rudy Brisset, horses that make their second career start under his care are winning 31% of the time. That is well above par, well above the baseline for that situation. More than half the time they are finishing in the top 3, and it's a positive ROI situation from a sample size of 64. And what that means is if you bet $2 to win on all 64 of those starters that fall under this category of second career starters, second time out starters for Rudy Brisset, you're coming out ahead. And that is a big, big time thing when you're looking and you have those stats available for you. Anytime you can find positive ROI situations like we have here with second career race runners for Rudy Brisset, you've got to focus in on them. So Illusion, look for her to take a step forward here today. She's drawn to the inside. We'll see what kind of speed she has and what kind of trip she has. I would assume that the connections would have preferred not post 1, as most do when it comes to one-turn sprint races or one-turn middle distance races, as we have here in the about 7 furlongs distance. But let's see what Illusion has in store for Peter Blum Thoroughbreds. And then Soundbite, 5-2 favorite. She is now moving even to the 7. There's some money coming into the 7, where the 7 is getting closer in the win pools to the number 3 horse as the 3 Soundbite gets set for her debut. Axel Concepcion for Brad Cox. Axel Concepcion has been given opportunities this meet for Brad Cox. There's a relationship there. They're, over the last couple of months, winning at a 33% clip together. This is the trainer-jockey combination. So Soundbite, word is out that she could be a horse that really is primed for this debut effort, and really what Brad Cox runner isn't. When he wins 28% of the time, whether it's coming off of a layoff or first-time starters, you don't maintain that high of a level of a win percentage without having horses fit and ready to go first time out or off of layoffs. This is a very intriguing race, a very intriguing late pick 4 sequence, and as I promised, Gabby and I have that ticket for you that we're going to share with you. We go 5-7 to start things off in here. Illicit Intention and the number 7 horse Halston Rose to begin that illicit intention. She adds blinkers off of 2 sprint races down at Oaklawn Park where she rallied to finish 3rd. Hopefully she either finds some more sharpness early on in her race or even more of a close in her race, even off of strong efforts where she was tracking off the pace and rallying to get up for 3rd. As far as race number 8 is concerned, the Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes Grade 2 Company in a mile and a half will go on with the key contenders, the 4, the 10, and the 11 horse in there. 4, 10, and 11 horses, I should say, in there. Both of the Godolphin runners, and missed the cut for John Sadler coming in from Southern California. As far as the Ben Ali is concerned, race number 10, 3, 4, and 9 is the idea in that race. And those are some of the key contenders that you, I think, would be paying attention to. Smile Happy, the new gelding, Kings Barnes, last year's Louisiana Derby winner, and the number 9 horse, War Campaign for Phil Simms, who will be the biggest price of those 3 horses, I do believe, in the Ben Ali. And in a difficult nightcap, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course, Golden Dagger, the 1, the 2, Proud Mary, who's been working well according to the clockers, and the 6 horse, Fast Lonnie for Wayne Catalano, a very good barn with turf sprinters. $27 ticket there. Those are our suggestions for this very, very intriguing late pick 4 here today at Keeneland. Horses are saddled up, waiting for the rider's up call to start the late pick 4, race 7, Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Oak Wind, maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, She's Wicked Smart. And scratch number 6, Flightning Bolt. Main track is fast. The turf now listed firm. Post time in 7 minutes.
Boy, she's pretty, isn't she? Illusion, the daughter of Into Mischief out of the Tap at First Dam Magical. She's a 3-year-old filly, but she is built like a mare. She is a big, stout filly, and I would imagine that she got a lot out of that first career start at Turfway Park, just given her size. I would expect a big step forward for Illusion here today. 5-1 on the board right now. Her mother, Magical, was a second-time out winner in her career before becoming a stakes winner, going around a ground later on in her career at Remington Park. I like this filly. She's a big filly, and I think that that's going to go a long way against her sophomore counterparts here today in this 3-year-old filly restricted race on the about 7 furlong distance over the Beard course. Let's move over to the number 5 horse, Illicit Intention. Matoli filly, blinkers on. She's well turned out. She is a pretty filly as well. Doesn't have the size that the one does, but none of them do. Illusion, who I'm talking about, but Illicit Intention with Tyler Gaffalione adding those blinkers here today. Tip of the cap to Robbie Medina and his team for having this Matoli filly so well turned out here this afternoon. And then the 8 horse Sarir, 6-1 on the board for Susan Moulton, trainer Wesley Ward, and Johnny Velasquez. We were given a gift earlier on the card, race number 4, with a Wesley Ward, Johnny Velasquez teamed up runner Baraye, who was a $28 winner. Not going to be that big of a payoff, but don't sleep on these connections. Philly's got speed. She's by American Pharaoh out of a Scat Daddy First Dam. Sarir, Johnny V, Wesley Ward, can they strike again at a price? She's 6-1 on the board as it stands right now. Late pick 4 pull nearing $400,000. Good luck in your wagering endeavors here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Oak Wind, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Soundbite moves into line. Here's Illicit Intention. Halston Rose moves in. 2 more to load. Here's Sarir. Oh My Mia, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Halston Rose toward the outside, along with Sarir. These two come forward in the opening strides. Oh My Mia kicks in now out in the center of the track as they head off the chute and up the back stretch. Sarir has the lead, has it by 3/4 of a length. Halston Rose is second by just a neck. Oh My Mia, then Illusion. Now Illusion's pretty keen to move on, comes off the rail, in between horses, into the 4th position. Just 2 lengths off the lead, but is joined there by Soundbite. Now Soundbite goes out to the center of the track, moves up from 5th into 4th, will be wide to the far turn, 3 lengths off the lead. And then further back, Illicit Intention, then a break of 4 more lengths to Justify Perfection, whose last opening quarter 23.05 seconds. Sarir, the leader, by almost a full length around the far turn. Oh My Mia, 2.5 length. Here's Soundbite. Now Soundbite moves up a closer third, now takes second just off the leader's flank. And then Halston Rose, who's back toward the inside, takes the rail route and moves up into the 3rd position, 3 lengths from the front, 1/4 mile to go. Sarir, joined by Soundbite to the outside, Halston Rose to the inside, who's 3rd. They're coming to the 8th pole. Sarir still has the lead. Soundbite is still in 2nd. Illicit Intention tries to get going toward the outside. Halston Rose is in tight toward the rail, right behind Sarir. Sarir in front. Soundbite, Halston Rose, Illicit Intention. Here's Soundbite in between horses. Sarir to the inside. Illicit Intention far outside. Down to the line. Head bob will decide it. It will either be Sarir or Soundbite.
very tight finish on the wire between Sarir, who turns for home with the advantage, down to her inside Halston Rose. She just never could work through that small gap up against the rail, but Soundbite was able to be out in the clear, and she's going to come on even terms with Sarir. That is Johnny Velasquez up against the rail with Sarir, nearest the rail, I should say, at this point in time, the 8, and Axel Concepcion with the 3. Very, very tight on the wire. It looks like to me from that second look that Sarir got the best of the Bobs. We'll take another look at it with an up-close perspective. As they race to the wire, it does look like Sarir on the far side, but it's in the hands of the placing judge at this point. Here's the best look at it to try to determine this photo finish. Inside, maybe by just a nose in race number 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 8, Sarir, finished first. Number 3, Soundbite, was second. Number 5, Illicit Intention, third. Number 7, Halston Rose, fourth. 8-3-5-7 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Oakwind. Number 8, Sarir, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey, John Velasquez, 2 wins today for that trainer-jockey combination. Sarir, 3-year-old filly by American Pharoah, out of Swack by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Morera Breeding. Sarir, a Keeneland September graduate, gets the Beard course about 7 furlongs in 1 minute 29.5 seconds. Race 7 results official, 8-3-5-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Oakwind to the connections of Sarir. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 39th running of the Visit Lex Elkhorn Grade 2. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch number 7, Winning Spirit. Scratch number 8, Foreign Relations. A reminder, the jockey for number 9, Lucky Curlin Jr. Alvarado. Number 9, Lucky Curlin, the jockey, Jr. Alvarado.
Race number 8, our first of 2 featured graded stakes races this Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll start with the 1.5 Grade 2 Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes for 4-year-olds and upward. Very good-looking group of horses down here in the paddock. And I'll go to the number 10 horse that has missed the cut, coming in from Southern California, where he has spent his time here in the United States for trainer John Sadler, a son of Quality Road, who started off his career in England, won at Royal Ascot a couple of seasons back in 2022. They brought him here to the United States with his American pedigree. He's by Quality Road, and he comes from a first dam that's by See the Stars, so a crossover as far as pedigree across the Atlantic. But they put him on the dirt course with that Quality Road topside and to see if he would like the dirt. And he ran some solid races on the dirt course, including winning the Grade 3 Tokyo City Stakes at 1.5 miles at Santa Anita. But since he's gone back to the turf course consistently over his last 3 runs, he has really turned back into a very, very good horse. Not that he wasn't before, but just not quite as effective on the dirt. Winner of the San Luis Rey Stakes Grade 3 at Santa Anita, when they tried to box him in and throw everything at him, but he overcame that. He settled at a point where it looked like he was going to be tipped off by them. I don't want to say playing tricks on him, but just race riding him a bit in the San Luis Rey. But he put together a very professional performance. He was the even money favorite that day, and he beat the other favorite in that race, Planetario, on the square. When Antonio Fresu asked him, he responded with a big run. He gets Irad in the saddle here today, coming in from the West Coast here to the Grade 2 Elkhorn Stakes, obviously stepping up in competition, but he looks phenomenal down here for these connections. And trainer John Sadler, that has missed the cut, currently sitting at odds of 3-1. My second choice in this event is the 3-5 favorite. That is Bold Act for Charlie Appleby, part of the contingent that Charlie Appleby and Godolphin have brought here to the United States, and they're primed for a big year from what we have seen from these runners they've turned loose here at Keeneland Racecourse. Bold Act won the Grade 3 Sycamore, the equivalent of this race, back in the fall time here at Keeneland, and then followed that up with a win in the Group 2 Dubai City of Gold at Maidan in Dubai at the beginning of March on Super Saturday, one of their marquee race nights over there in Dubai. Bottom line is he's a consistent runner. He's been very good over the course of his 13-race career, 7 wins from those 13, so winning more than half of his starts. And he's got some pace in here to run at, thanks to, in my opinion, the presence of his stablemate Silver Knot, the 11 horse, who I think will set the pace in this race, drawn to the outside. As far as the third selection is concerned, King Curlin, the 2. Taking a shot with this horse at 37-1. Trainer Brittany Vandenberg told me this horse last year, when talking about him when he was racing here last fall, said that she really thought that this was going to be a horse that could put them on the map. And to me, it certainly is not too late. He's gotten better as of late. He comes into this race off of a career best effort. That was at Gulfstream Park, going 1.5 miles. They opted for this Grade 2 Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes over an allowance race last week. I think that's a positive sign. He's 37-1 on the board. He's going to have to run that same sort of a race and maybe a touch better, but he is more than capable of hitting the board at the very least as the third longest shot in this race. That is King Curlin, the number 2.
Charlie Appleby sends out 2 horses in this race, and I'll go with a higher priced of the 2, and that's the 11 Silver Knot. I've seen Flavien Prat with some pretty aggressive rides on the turf lately, at least so far during this spring meeting. And I think we'll see a similar type of strategy on the 11 Silver Knot today. On paper, this horse looks like the controlling speed, and with Flavien in the irons with this outside post position, I think he's going to ask him to get that front running position. I'm hoping that he can take the field gate to wire and pull off an upset. This horse has the class and the credentials in order to win. I think he just needs this type of trip. But now stretching out to 1.5 miles off of the layoff since December, I think he finds himself in this position. And again, a really nice horse, multiple graded stakes place. Hopefully he can pick up his first U.S. graded stakes win today.
Gabby, he's 6-1 on the board right now. That's the 11 horse Silver Knot. I agree with Gabby. I think he makes the lead. It's just a matter of seeing out the 1.5 mile trip here today with the class that's in here and these proven distance runners on the turf course. The Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes Grade 2 comes up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 39th running of the Visit Lex Elkhorn Grade 2 Stakes for 4-year-olds and up, at a mile and a half over the turf listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 7, Winning Spirit. Also scratch number 8, Foreign Relations. A reminder, the jockey for the 9, Lucky Curlin, Junior Alvarado, rides number 9, Lucky Curlin. Post time, 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, the Gray Wizard, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned by Albert Frassetto, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 2, King Curlin, owned by RSR Racing LLC of Robert S. Rhodes, trained by Brittany Vandenberg, the jockey Chris Amy. 3, Highland Chief, owned by Mrs. Fittree Hay, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey John Velasquez. Number 4, Bold Act, races for Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Frankie Dettori. Number 5, Dinah Drive, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Ray Gutierrez. Number 6, Win True, owned by Frank Taylor, by Black Ridge Stables LLC of William Doherty and others, owned by Dieters Company of Charles Dieters, owned by James Keogh and Michael McCabe and others, trained by Will Walden, the jockey Axel Concepcion. 7 and 8 both scratch. Number 9 is Lucky Curlin, owned by Michael Hoy, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Junior Alvarado. Number 10, Missed the Cut, owned by BZ LLC of Sarah Farish, Lane's End Racing of W.S. Farish, St. Elias Stable LLC of Vincent Viola, owned also by Edward Babington, Edward Hudson Jr., and Lynn Hudson, trained by John Sadler, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. And number 11, Silver Knot, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
There's a look at the Gray Wizard, the gray son of Caravaggio for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trainer Graham Motion off the 8-month layoff. He's been running against, over the course of his career, some very, very good Godolphin horses, so he's no stranger to the situation he finds himself in here today. He was runner-up behind Nation's Pride in the Jockey Club Derby back in 2022, ran into Siskiny in the Belmont Gold Cup back in June of last year, and last time out ran up against the very consistent veteran Channel Maker and Verstappen, a past winner of this race. So don't sleep on this runner off the 8-month layoff. Graham Motion saying both of his runners ready to go off the extended layoff, and he was hoping for firm ground considering the layoffs that they're both coming in off of. And as you may have heard earlier today, in case you haven't, the firm was upgraded earlier in the card to firm. And speaking of the other Graham Motion runner, Highland Chief, the 7-year-old son of Glen Eagles, lightly raced 7-year-old coming off the year-plus layoff. He was a horse that ran and won the Sycamore Stakes in 2022 and then ran in the Breeders' Cup Turf, and that's the last time we saw him was here at Keeneland all the way back in 2022. But he looks ready to go. Highland Chief, the number 3, at 15-1. Such a good race coming up. Enjoy it. The Grade 2 Visit Lex Elkhorn, 1.5 miles the distance here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 39th running of the Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2. Moving into line, race 8. Highland Chief and Lucky Curlin go in. Here's Bold Act. Silver Knot coming forward. Missed the cut, moves into line. Silver Knot, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes. There goes Win True. Win True from between horses up for the early lead. King Curlin there to the inside. Highland Chief in between horses. Silver Knot moves up from the far outside. It is Win True to the front. Win True gets over next to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Silver Knot will go second by a length. King Curlin third, 3/4 of a length. And then Highland Chief, who is fourth up on the outside, missed the cut, fifth outward from the rail. Then Bold Act, sixth back toward the inside. Lucky Curlin is seventh. Dinah Drive toward the outside is in eighth. The Gray Wizard is last of the 9. The opening quarter went in 24.04 seconds. It is Win True leading it. Silver Knot is second, just off his flank toward the outside, with just over one circuit to go in the Visit Lex Elkhorn. King Curlin back toward the inside is third, joined there by Highland Chief, who stacks up to the outside in fourth. Bold Act is fifth, placed against the rail just inside of Missed the Cut. 49.82 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Dinah Drive, Lucky Curlin, and the Gray Wizard to complete the field. It is Wintrue who shows the way, though, and Wintrue leads Silver Knot by a length. And then King Curlin back toward the inside is third, a half length from Highland Chief, who's in fourth. Another length and a half to Dinah Drive, who sweeps up to the far outside. Missed the Cut is there between horses within 4 lengths of the lead. Bold Act is still against the rail, still 6 from the front. And now here comes Highland Chief alongside of Silver Knot, moving to the outside of Wintrue. So Silver Knot between horses leads at midpoint of the backstretch by a head. Wintrue is still there and fighting back to the inside. Highland Chief third up on the far outside. Missed the Cut fourth. Bold Act is in fifth, still down toward the rail, 3 lengths off the lead. And then King Curlin, Dinah Drive, Lucky Curlin, the Gray Wizard, they're onto the far turn now. It is Wintrue who has the lead again. Wintrue leads it by a neck. Silver Knot draws alongside once again. And then Highland Chief to the far outside in third. Missed the Cut is fourth, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Bold Act is still fifth against the rail, just over 3 from the front. They turn for home, quarter mile to go. Silver Knot to catch, and Silver Knot leads it by 3 lengths to Miss the Cut. Highland Chief, Bold Act, and then Lucky Curlin. Silver Knot into the final furlong, a 3-length lead. Missed the Cut second. Bold Act is third. Silver Knot in front in deep stretch. Silver Knot, Flavian Pratt aboard. Silver Knot wins the Visit Lex Elkhorn. Missed the Cut was second. And then it was Bold Act across the line in third. King Curlin was fourth. 2 minutes, 27.37 seconds.
He didn't make the lead early on, but it did not matter. Silver Knot tracking off the pace and had plenty left in the take in the white cap of Godolphin, with Flavian Pratt takes the Elkhorn here today at Keeneland Racecourse. The 4-year-old son of Lope de Vega, stretching out to 1.5 miles for the first time in his career, and boy, did he love it.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 11, Silver Knot, was first. Number 10, Missed the Cut, was second. Number 4, Bold Act, was third. And number 2, King Curlin, fourth. 11-10-4-2 unofficial. The winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 39th running of the Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes Grade 2, number 11, Silver Knot. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Silver Knot, a 4-year-old gelded son of Lope de Vega, out of God Given by Nathaniel, bred in Great Britain by St. Albans Bloodstock LLP. 12 furlongs over the firm turf today, 2 minutes 27.37 seconds. Results of the 8th race official. 11:10.42, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for the Visit Lex Elkhorn. Mary Quinn Raymer, Leslie Miller, Patricia Knight, Marcy Kruger Sidebottom, and very special guest, University of Kentucky men's basketball coach Mark Pope. They present to the connections of Silver Knot.
Godolphin and Charlie Appleby and Flavian Pratt, and Godolphin continues its raid on Keeneland here this spring after Silver Knot's win in the Grade 2 Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes. And Flavian, to get him to settle off of that initial pace that was set, how key was that for you in this eventual victory?
Yeah, no, he was pretty forward going into the first turn, and after that it was just a matter of getting him to relax. He was traveling actually a bit strong. But no, it worked out well.
How did things go as the race started to develop around the far turn?
Very pleased when we were going down the backside. Then horses came alongside of us, so kind of make us go a little bit. But it gave him a chance to actually get a nice breather. And once I called on him, as you could tell, he had a great turn of it. Very, very grateful for the opportunity.
You look good in blue.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Silver Knot, very impressive today after his mile-and-a-half journey in the Visit Lex Elkhorn.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, 93rd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3, 1 mile and 3/16 over the main track listed fast. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9.
Grade 3, Ben Ally comes up next at a mile and 3/16, and we're looking at War Campaign, the number 9 horse, who's the second choice in the wagering for Phil Simms. Recent runner-up in the Essex Handicap Grade 3 event at Oaklawn Park, behind a very nice Godolphin runner in First Mission, who looks like he's primed for a big year in this classic division, older horse division. Here's a runner that has been consistent here at Keeneland. He's run very good races in the past, as recently as October during the fall meet of last year, where he ran a very game second-place finish to Brigadier General on October 20th. And winner of a stakes race this meet at Oaklawn Park at the beginning of that meet in mid-December. I just like his consistency and the fact that they opt to bring him here to Keeneland Racecourse versus going down to Oaklawn Park on the same day where there's a big handicap race down there, the Oaklawn Handicap. I think this is a perfect spot for him. War Campaign, 3-1 on the board right now, getting the response from the wagerers here at Keeneland Racecourse for the Ben Ally. As far as the second choice, it's the number 4 horse, Kings Barnes. Louisiana Derby winner last season, ran in the Kentucky Derby, bounced out of that to finish second in the Pegasus Stakes at Monmouth Park, and then he was shelved until March of this year at Gulfstream, where he came back going 7/8 of a mile and ran a distance that he's probably not going to be his best at. So the fact that he was able to win going 7 furlongs and now getting back out to further ground here today, this will be a big test against some serious older horses here this afternoon. Kings Barnes, 2-1 on the board right now, should be a pace factor in here, and see what Luis Saez is able to do if he is able to make the pace here in the Ben Ally. And then the number 7 horse, that is Dynamic One. He's 6-1 on the board right now for Todd Pletcher. He was second in this race a couple of years back, winner of the Suburban at a mile and a quarter. Has kind of gotten off track as of late, but if he's ever ready to bounce back and put together a good effort, he looks like he is here today as he passes by us here in the paddock, the son of Union Rags, who's made nearly $750,000.
Smile Happy has always been a very nice horse, but he can sometimes be an inconsistent horse. This is a horse that lets his personality and his quirks get in the way of some of his most successful performances. And obviously he's been off form as of late in the Mine Shaft and the Louisiana 2 starts back at the fairgrounds. So the biggest angle for me here is he's been gelded since his last race. Again, this is a horse that sometimes doesn't want to go to post. He doesn't want to train in the mornings. He has his quirks about him. And maybe this adjustment will help him move forward and just focus, because he is a horse that has a lot of natural talent. It's just the mindset. He has to kind of focus and get in the game here today. But again, looking at his back class, he was able to finish second against Zandon in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass a couple of years ago in 2022, even second in the Risen Star against the likes of Epicenter. So it's not a question of talent. It's just a question of whether or not he actually wants to do it today, and hopefully he will. The 3 Smile Happy, the top pick for me.
And Gabby, he's been given his space down here in the paddock, staying away from these other horses as Brian Hernandez Jr. gets a leg up, and it looks like he'll be the first one to head out for the Ben Ally. And reminder, he is entered in the Keeneland April sale, which will take place after the closing day card next Friday. He's hip number 57. Good luck at the Ben Ally. Riders up.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 93rd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. 4-year-olds and up, 1 mile and 3/16 over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9. Post time in 8 minutes. Parading to the post for the Ben Ally. Number 1 is Time for Trouble, owned by Jeff Hiles and Thorndale Stable LLC of Paul Parker. The trainer, Jeff Hiles. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. 2, Surly Furious, owned by Novogratz Racing Stables Incorporated of Joseph Novogratz, trained by Glenn Wismer. The jockey, Frankie Dettori. Number 3 is Smile Happy. Lucky 7 stable of Michael J. Mackin, the owner, Kenny McPeak, the trainer, and Brian Hernandez Jr. rides first-time reported gelding Smile Happy. Number 4, Kings Barnes, owned by the Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher. Luis Saez is up. 5 is Laughing Boy, owned by Lawrence Roman and David Jacobson, trained by David Jacobson, Ray Gutierrez to ride. 6, Archie the Giza, owned by the Harvey Clark Racing Stables LLC of Donna Clark, trained by Robbie Medina. John Velasquez is up. 7, Dynamic One, owned by the Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, Phipps Stable of Daisy Phipps Polito, and St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola. The trainer, Todd Pletcher. The jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 8, Happy American. The owner-trainer, Neil Pesson. The jockey, Corey Lannery. Number 9, War Campaign, owned by Jerry Namey, trained by Phil Sims. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Post time, 5 minutes.
There's a look at Smile Happy, the number 3 horse who just came down to 5-1. Now, there was a clear plan mapped out here with this horse to get him out onto the track, as we've talked about him in some of the times that we've seen him before races where he just will be a bit stubborn and not want to move. They immediately brought him out to the track and took a left-hand turn and have been circling him over near the starting gate, about a 1/16 of a mile away from, about an 1/8 of a mile, I guess you could say, away from the finish line proper, and he's continued to move, which is a positive sign. And they've put him with the biggest pony that you can find, Harley. He's now stopped now, as you can see him on the course as those are passing by, and I believe that's why they've moved off to the side to allow these horses to go on with their warm-up. But so far, this is better than what we have seen from him in the past, as he's down to 5-1. There is no question, as we've talked about, he has a lot of talent, and we'll see how he fares here today. The new gelding, Smile Happy. And then we move on to Dynamic One, the number 7 runner for Todd Pletcher. This is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. And here's another high-level horse that will be offered at the Keeneland April sale at the conclusion of closing day next Friday. He's hip number 101, the son of Union Rags, who's made over $735,000, currently sitting at 6-1 on the board in the Ben Ally. But Kings Barnes is now down to 8-5, last year's Louisiana Derby winner, the current favorite and expected favorite for today's Grade 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 93rd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. Field moving into line for race 9. Smile Happy goes into the gate. Here's Time for Trouble. Laughing Boy comes forward. Surly Furious goes in. Archie the Giza. King's Barnes. Dynamic One. Here's Happy American. War Campaign, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Ben Ally Stakes. There's King's Barnes from between horses, and Laughing Boy has early speed as well. Laughing Boy comes forward for the lead from King's Barnes, and then Surly Furious toward the inside. War Campaign moves up on the far outside, but it is Laughing Boy the leader. Headed into the first turn, Laughing Boy clears the inside traffic, angles down toward the rail with the lead a length. War Campaign goes second, around the outside of Surly Furious third. King's Barnes is fourth up on the outside. Smile Happy right toward the center of the pack against the rail in fifth around the first turn. Archie the Giza sixth on his outside, then a gap of 2.5 more lengths. Time for Trouble is in seventh. Happy American is eighth, and Dynamic One last of the 9. 24.07 seconds for the opening quarter. Laughing Boy is the leader. Laughing Boy leads at 3.5 lengths to the good up the backstretch. War Campaign second a length. King's Barnes third ahead to the outside. Surly Furious fourth back toward the inside. Archie the Giza toward the center of the track is in fifth. Smile Happy has come off the rail between horses in sixth, still 5 lengths from the lead as they go to the far turn. Happy American to the far outside, then Time for Trouble between horses. Dynamic One against the rail at the back. 48.57 seconds for the first half mile. Laughing Boy the leader, and here's War Campaign. War Campaign draws within a half length of the lead. Now matching strides. King's Barnes moves up behind him on the outside. War Campaign is the leader now. King's Barnes goes to the second position around the far turn. Archie the Giza is next on the outside. There's a quarter mile to go. Surly Furious back toward the inside, and Smile Happy is last off the far turn. King's Barnes has a narrow lead. War Campaign is there to his inside. Archie the Giza third into the final furlong. Surly Furious is fourth. King's Barnes in front. Final furlong of the Ben Ally Stakes. King's Barnes and Luis Saez aboard. King's Barnes to win the Ben Ally. War Campaign will be second. Archie the Giza across the line in third.
King's Barnes growing up before our eyes. 2 impressive performances for this now 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo. Last year's Louisiana Derby winner went wire to wire back in that one of the marquee 3-year-old prep races. But today, content laying off the pace and making a run. This is a big-time statement win for Spendthrift Farm with King's Barnes taking the Grade 3 Ben Ally.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: number 4, Kings Barnes, finished first. Number 9, War Campaign, was second. Number 6, Archie the Giza, third. Number 1, Time for Trouble, fourth. 4961 unofficial. '93rd running of the Ben Ally Stakes Grade 3. The winner, number 4, Kings Barnes. Owned by the Spendthrift Farm, LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Kings Barnes, a 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo, out of Lady Tappet by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Parks Investment Group, LLC. A mile and 3/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 57.74 seconds. Results of race 9 official. 4961, the official results. Now, the trophy presentation for the Grade 3 Ben Ally. Breeders' Cup President and CEO Drew Fleming presents to the connections of Kings Barnes.
Kings Barnes, very impressive today in the Ben Ally for Spendthrift Farm. Ned Toffey of Spendthrift joins us along with Luis Saez. And Luis, the way that he tracked off the pace, how professional was that performance here today?
I was pretty confident. He was pretty professional. Very nice horse from the day one when we broke the maiden and Ghost String. We know he was a special horse, and we feel so grateful to be, here in Keeneland and win stay, and it's something so bigger for us. And I want to thanks to the connection, the owners, and Pletcher. They always do a good job.
As you said, you were there from the start, and to see him progress to this point, what has changed about him? What have you seen in his development?
Well, every time he's been running, he's been learning more, and he get better and better. So today, I was really impressed how the way he was traveling, pretty confident.
Well done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Ned, he won the Louisiana Derby last year out on the front end. We've seen him come off the pace, going 7/8 off the pace here today. How would you sum up the way that this horse has progressed and developed over the year plus?
Well, I think this is a credit to Todd's management and the fact that Eric Gustafson made the decision, let's give him the time that he needed. He needed some time after his 3-year-old campaign. He got it, and he's just done so well from 3 to 4, and hopefully he's going to reward us with a big year.
Sure looks like that could be in store for him. Well done to you and the team at Spendthrift.
Thank you very much.
Kings Barnes, one to keep an eye on, no question about it, in this older handicap division following his win in the Ben Ally.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf-listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In race 10, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Golden Dagger, Luan Machado. Number 1, Golden Dagger, Luan Machado, the jockey.
10th and final race on this Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High Five wager available in this event. Proud Mary 5-2. The current favorite on the board for Jonathan Thomas, and Frankie Dettori gets the opportunity to ride this filly. A filly that has shown some speed when she is at her best. She broke her maiden going wire to wire at Laurel against Maiden Special Weight Company. Maybe a sign of the competition, or a case of the competition just increasing and not being able to make the lead. But I think that there's a good chance that she could do so here today, or not be too far off of it, because there's a speedy filly drawn just to the outside of her. But Proud Mary, coming off the 4-month layoff, had the one run at Turfway Park to ready for this race here at Keeneland Racecourse. A clocker pick from this morning on today at Keeneland. I think the expectations are well suited for this filly to run a big race and make her the 5-2 favorite as it stands right now. The number 5 horse, that is Definite Diva for Kelly Breen and Stoneway Farm. She's got some pace to her as well. She's very quick. She's a filly that went ultra quick last time out to break her maiden going 5 furlongs by 2 lengths in the end. She'll stretch out to 5.5 for the first time in her career. And that turf course at Gulfstream Park can be very fast, so she'll see if she can transfer that speed over to this turf here at Keeneland Racecourse. Daughter of Constitution, who has just gotten better with each and every race in 3 consecutive starts, and now makes start 4 of her career here today, facing winners for the first time. And then the number 3 horse, Cabernet. This is a filly who's a long shot at 21-1. Here's a filly that was 48-1 back in October of last year during the fall meet here at Keeneland, and she was the pace setter in a race that she was run down by Cloud Walker. Now, Cloud Walker ran in race number 4 and put together a very good effort off that layoff, who hadn't been seen since October. So that common form combined with her races at Turfway Park, which she's shown some speed, she's a contender in this race to me. The speed factor in here and the other speed in this race may play against her, but I don't think you can discount Cabernet underneath at the bare minimum here in race number 10. Daughter of Munnings, who broke her maiden at Turfway Park going 6.5 furlongs. Don't sleep on Cabernet at 21-1. 13 minutes to post. Race 10, the nightcap Toyota Super High 5 race here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Greenfield Farms, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Golden Dagger, Luan Machado. Number 1, Golden Dagger, the jockey, Luan Machado. Post time, 6 minutes away.
Race number 10, less than 4 minutes to the post. And in the portion, which is a big portion of this wonderful sport of thoroughbred horse racing, in the handicapping arena, nothing speaks louder than the way that these races are being played and where the money is being put. The money speaks, and it's speaking on All I Want Is You for her to be down to 5-1. This is a filly that rattled off very good races in the summer months of last year, including a victory at Colonial. And the last time that she was this kind of a price was last time out at Turfway Park on the synthetic. I think she's a more effective filly on the turf course. And here's a filly that is 5-1 right now for Ignacio Correas IV. I think you've got to pay attention to the action on All I Want Is You, this daughter of the Factor, who is currently sitting as the third choice right now in the win polls here for Keeneland race number 10. The number 12 horse, 18-1, Parola Sakura for Joe Sharp with this Yoshida filly. Broke her maiden at Turfway on the synthetic, and then they stretched her out to a route of ground in her most recent start. The cutback is key, I think, for the number 12 horse, as we see her on the screen here this afternoon. She broke her maiden, as I mentioned, going gate to wire at Turfway back on the 29th of February. They tried her long, not quite as effective. But today, she's a beautiful daughter of Yoshida with that turf pedigree on the top side, and also the fact that she's a half-sister to a turf winner and a half-sister to 5 other winners from a very productive Distorted Humor First Dam. It's All About Midnight. She could take a step forward here today at this price of 17-1, especially if you're playing the Toyota Super High 5, which is available here in the nightcap.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Greenfield Farms. Moving into line, race 10. Empire's Princess goes in. Integrated Design. All I Want Is You moves into line. Here's Definite Diva. Parola Sakura, the last one. As Fast Lonnie goes in. Last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Bobby Sox out for the early lead. Cabernet is there. Parola Sakura up on the outside. Integrated Design is there. And Definite Diva up close. Moving up one lane off the rail from the 5th position. Fast Lonnie is away in 6th. Empire's Princess 7th. Agent is 8th on her outside. Proud Mary 9th. Back toward the rail. Sweet Duchess in 10th as they head to the far turn. All I Want Is You is in the 11th position. Has a lot of ground to make up and a lot of traffic to deal with from there. Golden Dagger last of the 12. Bobby Sox the leader. 20.95 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Integrated Design 2 lengths away in 2nd. Parola Sakura is 3rd up on the outside. Cabernet is in 4th. Definite Diva is 5th. Swings wide for the drive. Still 5 lengths off the lead. Bobby Sox Integrated Design alongside. Parola Sakura is right there. And then Definite Diva on the outside is still wide open. Agents enter the course. Here's All I Want Is You. All I Want Is You is bursting through an opening down to the inside. All I Want Is You. Flavian Pratt with a masterful stretch run here to win it. Proud Mary came from well off the pace to grab 2nd on the line, away from Parola Sakura 3rd.
Live on the tote board, live on the racetrack. All I Want Is You for Ignacio Correas IV and Flavian Pratt, able to flash home down on the inside of horses. She's got to hit that gap, and she does, and she starts to ramble home for the victory and wins this one very impressively here today. Daughter of the Factor under Flavian Pratt. chasing in for second. Looks like the 2 gets up for that second money, but no catching All I Want Is You in the nightcap.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 11, All I Want Is You, finished first. Number 2, Proud Mary, was second. Number 12, Parola Sakura, was third. Number 4, Empire's Princess, finished fourth. Number 3, Cabernet, was fifth. 11-2, 12-4, 3, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Greenfield Farms, number 11. All I Want Is You. Owned by Marjack Farm of Rich Burke, owned by Tom Evans, Ted Forrest, and Joseph Burke, Ignacio Correas, the trainer, and Flavian Pratt, the winning jockey, as he goes to the winner's circle for the second time here this afternoon. All I Want Is You, a 4-year-old filly by the Factor out of Candy Sue by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Tom Evans, Marjack Farms, and Ted Forrest. 1 minute, 2.65 seconds, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Results official for race 10. 11-2, 12-4, 3, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5, 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover, $11,895 for the Super High 5 for tomorrow's card. Super High 5 carryover, $11,800. Post time tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. In the winner's circle, time for the trophy presentation for the 10th race, the Greenfield Farms Trophy, presented to the connections of All I Want Is You. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.